Hello, everybody. Welcome to Reading Sprints. I have a guest with me today, Danny from Danny Dabbles. Danny, what are you reading today? And also, what is your channel all about?
Hello. I primarily read fantasy, but I do read sci-fi. I've dabbled with horror this year. And right now I'm reading Engines of Empire, which this will be part of my chunky check-in series. I love to read big books. And so, yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I have about 150 pages left. So I'm getting close to the end. If you've never heard of this book, it's how do I even describe it? You follow a family of nobles in this really, really large empire, and there are nefarious things going on within the empire. There's like war, and then you follow these particular characters that have like crazy things happen to them, and you kind of get to see I don't know that the empire falls, but like it's the process and the turmoil of this massive kingdom potentially not being what it seems. So it's been really interesting.
Cool. I love how, because it's such a chunky book, you're like, I'm only 150 pages away from the end. I was like, you're so close. When like, I guess in reality you aren't, but yeah, in the grand scheme of things, proportionally, you're really close.
Yeah.
I am living vicariously through you because I'm reading the shortest book possible, and that is Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett. I don't really know too much, I guess, about this book beyond what's weird is I think I know the ending. You know how sometimes you read classics, or because classics are so often referenced elsewhere in literature. So I know certain elements about this book, certain themes.
Yeah.
And so I think it's almost unavoidable, but I've never like watched it. I've never seen this play be performed. I've never read anything by Samuel Beckett before. The one unique thing I know about this is I think he's an Irish author. Yeah, he's Irish, but like half of his plays he wrote in French. So this was originally written in French.
Oh, cool.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, and it's not like he's got like a French background. He just also spoke fluent French when he learned. And so, yeah, this was initially a play in French that then got translated into English. So that's weird. But anyway, I'm really excited about it. I'll probably get through it really quickly. And then I will let you know what book of many of Danny's recommendations I decide to read next. Yeah, woohoo. It'll be nerve-wracking because I'll want to read it and I'll be like, I'm going to tell her exactly what I think and be able to ask you direct questions that you can avoid like the plague. Hello, Tina. Welcome. Thanks so much for being here. I know that the amazing readathon sprints are happening as well during this time. And so it can be difficult to kind of try to juggle the different things. So thanks for participating. I really appreciate it. Yes, Tina just subscribed to Danny. I love it. Everybody go subscribe. I made a little banner. Yay! I was very proud of it. So we'll be like flashing that periodically, I promise. Hey, Ro, thanks so much for being here too. What are you reading? We have another person who subscribed to Danny.
Thank you.
I actually think that makes so much sense because Ro and you, I think, have like similar interests. So you're like, listen, I get so many recommendations from Danny. Whenever I watch one of her videos, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm grabbing another book from the library. I literally have, I think I told you the last time we talked, it was like 6 or 7 books. It was all because of you. And I was like, the library loves me. It's fine. Yeah, hello, welcome. I'm not sure, but I think Cool Gamer might be Chrissy's son. Oh. But I don't know if Cool Gamer has ever confirmed that or not. So Cool Gamer is a mystery to us all. Tina says, I'm reading Storm Warning by Nora Roberts, 47% in. It's really good so far, but it's a romance, and I hate the hero. No! Oh my gosh. Is the hero like, I don't know, like a gray character? Or are there certain personality traits where you don't like the person? Or you know how sometimes they're making like decisions that you don't like? I know that like Danny, you recently had a book like that where you're like, I just can't get behind why this person's making these decisions. Yes. Yeah, so I wonder if that's the case, but especially with a romance, because you want to be invested. And I feel like you start to kind of almost be like, this is a red flag. Don't get into this relationship. This person.
You're like, why? Why do you like them? Stop.
Yeah, if I don't like them, you shouldn't either. What's going on? Hey, Sarah, thank you so much for being here. You're listening to Fantastic Land and Getting Chores Done. I love that. Later, I'm going to read Hooky, a graphic novel. Maybe I've heard of that. Hooky. I'm wondering if I've seen it in our graphic novel section of the library where I work, you know? I would have to look that up. Hooky graphic novel.
I love the name.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, you know what it is? I think that I've seen this another YouTuber reading it. It's really cute. It looks like are they twins maybe? It for some reason it makes me think of like Wednesday Addams because they've got that same gothic aesthetic. I hope you're enjoying it. That's awesome. And at first I was going to be like, how are you listening to that? And then I remembered you're listening to Fantastic Land and you will be physically reading Hooky. I'll probably be juggling an audiobook myself and doing some cleaning. Literally, reading sprints are the perfect time to do chores, I think. I might also be doing some dishes. Hey, Camilla, thanks for being here. I love that you are greeting every single person. This is awesome. You are literally like the welcome wagon, I think. I am going to finish Hooked by Emily McIntyre. Oh my goodness. Well, what are you thinking of it also, by the way? I feel like that while I thought this was my first dark romance, it wasn't. I realized I had like this weird jarring memory where I was like, oh my gosh, I've read mafia romance before. And I was like, what? A different Leandra, a different time. But this one, I felt like I wasn't prepared for the violence. Like that was the thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think it was my first dark romance. Although I'm like you, I'm like, is there something else in my past that I've read? But yeah, some of it was very shocking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if anything, this book was super unique. Like out of the dark romances that I feel like I've even heard of, this one was like dark in a different way. Like I feel like maybe I thought that it would be violent, but like off screen, I guess, where we would just know that they were a bad person. But this was like very visceral. Yeah, I was like, I know exactly what happened to various organs. I didn't need to, but here we are. So yeah, everyone's saying hello. I love it. Oh my gosh, Autumn, hello, welcome. I'm getting my Q&A uploaded and we'll start a new audiobook. That's so awesome. Oh my gosh. Also, everybody go check out Autumn. She's been doing a lot of reading sprints for Romance Readathon, which is also happening this month. So if anyone's a big romance reader, they should be checking out Autumn and like the various hosts that are doing that. Yes, library gang. Woohoo! I love it. Yeah, I was looking it up and I had 16 books checked out of the library at the moment. And I was like, well, here we are. I'm going to slowly chip away, even though the dreaded due date is coming up for a few of them. So I've been trying to prioritize the ones that may have a hold on them. But at the moment, I think I'm good. I don't think any of them have a hold on them just yet. Basically I have to check every day. Like I'm a crazy person, you know, like how people check stocks. I'm checking library holds. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. Didn't know what sprints I was going to focus on, but the Amazing Readathon sprints are happening in the next 2 days, so I'll mostly be here. Oh, thanks so much. We appreciate it. It's honestly so impressive that they're doing something like that in regards to the organization of it.
Huge.
Yes.
Some of the details that people have put out, I'm like, this took a ton to plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think in the for this particular weekend event, it's called the Face Off. I think in the first 2 hours or so, they had 250 entries for books already for books that people were reading. So I'm just like, holy moly. Meanwhile, I'm just like, I'm reading at my own pace. He's very arrogant and he's giving Joe Goldberg. Oh no. What is going on? Nora? Yeah. What the heck? I wonder, is this the first time you've ever disliked a romantic protagonist by Nora Roberts? Because I know you've read quite a few books by her. I've never read anything by her, though. Have you?
No, me neither.
Yeah. I mean, she's prolific, though. She's got so many books. It's crazy. And she also writes under, is it J.D. Robb? She also writes under a pseudonym, more suspenseful books. So anyway, hi Nell, how are you? What are you reading? What are you doing? Also, just so everybody knows, my father has joined the comments. Hello, Father. Listening, enjoying the chatter. Sounds good. The last book that my dad was reading that I recall was actually The Chemist by Stephanie Meyer, which I just think is very funny because basically I left a bunch of my kind of books at home when I first moved out however many years ago, and I kind of put them in a bag, and he's been like searching through them, and he's like, "Oh, I found this book by Stephanie Meyer," and I was like, "Okay, yeah, you can read that one, but not Twilight. Don't read Twilight just yet."
You can't read Twilight.
Yeah, exactly. Stay away from that, please. But obviously that's also in the bag. So eventually he might get to that. But I did also, the last time I went home, I literally like perused my shelves and grabbed a bunch of like a whole bag of titles that I thought he might like. So he can be like, okay, here's some books that you actually should read that might be good. So you're not resorting. Yeah, I was like, please don't resort to teenage Leandra's reading choices, because I certainly don't. So there we are. But I think he's enjoying it, which is making me kind of curious about it. But anyway, so saying hello to Now. Now, if I was reading this back in my dark romance days, I would be loving him, but I'm not that girl anymore. Interesting. So he's like giving you dark romance, like personality wise.
And I'm assuming it's not a dark romance. Nora Roberts doesn't write dark romance, right?
No, I don't think she's ever touched that. I know that she like has done romance. She's done like suspense kind of mystery thrillers.
Yeah.
So but it is deemed a romance, isn't it? Like she's like Tina's reading a romance book that's like categorized as romance. So that is kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if it was like in one of her suspenseful books that there was like a subplot of this kind of like love interest, but
kind of like a Verity moment.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like we're blending genres. It's very like we're labeling it different ways. It's very weird. Saying hello to everybody. Still watching your last video. I know. Tina actually just posted yesterday, I think it was, her like TBR for the weekend. I've been meaning to watch it because it's for the Face Off. So Tina, I promise I will watch it soon. It's only like 6 or 7 minutes too, so everybody could just go watch it at the beginning of our first sprint. In the first sprint, I'm going to be taking a shower because I was falling asleep in Brittany's last sprint. So hopefully that will wake me up. Tina, have you been up all night? Have you been doing, because the readathon started at 8 p.m. last night, US Eastern time. So it's like, have you been up all night, Tina? Oh my gosh.
Maybe you should take a nap.
Yeah, I was like, get cozy. So we fully support you taking a nap during our sprints. We give you that, you're valid if you need to sleep. Hope you enjoy it now. Yeah, of course you will, Tina. It is my first venture into dark romance. I am enjoying it thus far. However, I don't think this genre is for me. Yeah. I think I found that as well. A lot of people ended up jumping into Scarred, I think is the second book in that series. And I was like, maybe I'll try it. And then luckily, I guess I should say, the hold was so long that I was like, I'm not going to get to it in time that everyone else is reading it. And so I just kind of slowly told myself, eventually I will. And now I'm like, nope.
I read that one and it was not great.
Oh my gosh.
I read Hooked and I thought Hooked was okay. I think I rated Hooked 3 stars.
Same.
Because it was just very jarring, not what I was expecting. But Scarred I just did not enjoy whatsoever. So yeah, I put that genre on hold for a little bit.
Same. And what's funny is this past month I read a book. It was also called Hooked, but it was by Elizabeth Hunter. It's like this contemporary romance. And when I was doing my wrap up, I was like, just so everybody knows, this is not the same book. I was like, please be careful which book you get, because this is not like, I am trying to protect you from grabbing the wrong title. Yeah. I hope you like it, Camilla. It is a very unique and interesting story. Yeah, super unique. And honestly, like, we know people who gave it 5 stars. I'm pretty sure Neva gave it 5 stars. So, and I can't remember what Brittany might have given it, like 4 stars. And I think
I don't remember.
Brooklyn might have given it like 4 stars as well, or something like that. So, like, really, it's kind of just like up to you if you like what you're into. I did 2 romance readathon sprints, but my signal was horrible both times and it was stressful. So until I get a new device that would work better for sprints, I'll probably just be in the comments. Yeah, that's totally fine. I know it can be like really stressful. And I think sprints, because of like it being on StreamYard, it takes a lot of power from your device. So I think that it's just like I don't understand technology. But like, I totally get that you're kind of like, okay, let's hold off on that. If you ever want to join my sprints, you're obviously very welcome. I actually like it so far, but hooked is a lot. Yes, for sure, it's a lot. And like I don't really know how to prepare people for it, I guess. Like if you read the first, the thing is, it also starts right away. So as soon as you start it, you're like, oh, okay, like the first page. So I don't really know how to like. Anyway. Hello, welcome. Reading Ask Again, yes, by Mary Beth Keene so far. Eat, Sleep, Read. I'm not sure what your first name is, if you feel comfortable sharing it. If you've been here before, I'm sorry that I don't remember it, but welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever disliked one of her main characters. Cool. My father.
Hello, daughter.
Yes. Capitalized D of daughter. No full stop, no period. Oops, so far it's amazing and heartbreaking at 28%. Oh, awesome. Woohoo. I like it when it's like 25% because you're like, okay, we've settled. We know what's going on as far as characters, kind of, for the most part. Yes, JD Robb, she publishes police procedural under the name. That's what it is. Okay, police procedural. And it's also interesting that it was obviously a strategic choice to like rebrand herself with that name because it's also like being, I don't know, like androgynous, like you're not sure. JD, people might assume it's a man, they might not. Very like JK Rowling-esque, I think. Reading Part of Your World. Oh my gosh, is that a Twisted Tale?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I've never read any of those.
I've read Go the Distance, I think is what it was called. It was the Hercules.
Oh yes, a song came in my mind, but I was like, what is that from?
And that one I didn't like, but I think it's because I'm a Hercules purist, which I know is stupid because the movie Hercules definitely does not follow mythology. But that was one of my favorite books as a kid. So I haven't read any more of those, but I probably would like the other ones better because they're not my favorite.
Yeah, you don't feel as strong of a connection. You're kind of like, it's fine. Whereas you're like, how dare you change this story? I think that's how I feel too about depending on which ones I might pick up. I know I own the Twisted Tale that's for Rapunzel, but I'm also nervous because I really like I really like the Rapunzel story in general, like the traditional one, but also like Tangled is such a fun Disney one. So I'm kind of like, A friend of mine, she is particular about the author who writes it because not the same author doesn't write all of the books. There's one dominant one, but then there's a few books written by different authors, like the one that follows Mulan isn't the same. And
so is it like a cohort? Do they have multiple authors on each book?
Yeah. No, I think it's just like a single author gets like commissioned, I guess, or selected to write it. I think it's also probably partially depending on the story and the origin. Like for instance, the author who wrote the Mulan one either is like Chinese American or Chinese descended. So like it makes sense that like a white person wouldn't write that retelling. So I think they're being conscious of that. But yeah, so maybe I can't remember if there was one that was written for Tiana yet. But yeah, I think that's kind of what's going on. The one woman who's the main person is like is it Lisa Broswell or something? But anyway, yeah. So like I think it's just dependent on who pitches the story or who can do it or something like that. Tina's very nice, welcoming my father. It was so nice. I'm reading Dark Moon, Shallow Sea by David R. Slayton. Gay high fantasy about a moon goddess's servant who's out for revenge. She was murdered by a zealous sun cult. It's actually enemies to lovers. Oh my gosh, that honestly sounds so epic.
It does. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, me neither. I'm gonna have to like make sure I remember that. Let me see here. Dark Moon, Shallow Sea. You know who's also obviously proving it right now, a great person for book recommendations is Ro. I have literally taken a handful of books mentioned in the comments too. So that is, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Also, Ro, you are so good at giving like a little tagline of 2-3 sentences to hook people.
Short little descriptions.
Exactly. And I love that it's gay high fantasy because I feel like high fantasy sometimes, or at least like older published high fantasy tends to be like super heteronormative and stuff. Yeah, so that is so cool. No, I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. Okay, and woke up at 6. Tina, oh my Yeah. Why would you do this? Oh my gosh. Well, okay. So you're literally on 4 hours of sleep. Do you drink coffee? Like, are you someone who like can handle any type of caffeine? Because that might be the second option after a nap. You know what I've also heard? There's like a trick where like I wouldn't do this because I also am not a napper, but they say if you drink like an espresso or a coffee right before you then take like a half an hour nap, it's like called like a power up nap or something. And apparently when you wake up, that's when the caffeine hits. And so suddenly you're, yeah. So it's almost like all of the fuses have like ignited at the same time. So like I've heard that that can be a trick, but I don't think it's good, like sustainable, right? I don't think it's a sustainable trick. Yeah. I like dark romance, but I prefer when it's a dark storyline, but the hero isn't a psychopath. Yeah, I think we can confirm that Hook is a psychopath. Like the Raleigh High Rebel series by Callie Hart. They're very dark. There's very dark elements though. Okay. But I think that's the thing too, is just knowing that dark romance has like a spectrum in itself.
Yeah.
And knowing like which books fit which kind of like they've got like it's like a subgenres within subgenres. So yeah. Hello, Tina. Thanks for the welcome. Oh my gosh, so funny. Danny loves the TARDIS art. Do you? Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is actually so cute. That's really cool. Was it like is it an original or like a print that you saw somewhere?
I actually got it at a local Comic-Con. It's a local artist. He does watercolor art.
That's watercolor. That's so cool. Yeah, that is actually really awesome. My name is Ashley. Thanks for the welcome. Okay, great, Ashley. Yeah, Ashley, thanks for also mentioning the TARDIS because I didn't even see that. I tried to read Hooked twice and DNF'd both times. Yeah, I think that makes me feel better. Since Autumn, you've already like said this. And you said this multiple times, like in other chats. I think that you do like dark romance. So I'm like, okay, like it makes me feel better that someone who's like an expert in dark romance also wasn't feeling it. So it doesn't feel like that's the entry book that we should have started with. Oh no, the Abby Jimenez one. Sorry. Oh, okay. So the one that I'm assuming Nell's reading is by Abby Jimenez for Part of the World. Yeah, that actually that makes sense.
So it's not part of the Twisted Tales series.
Oh. I don't know how many O's I just did, but probably too many. Part of Your World. Oh, I know. Okay, I know exactly what book you're talking about now. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like a cover that has a light blue and dark blue, and then it writes across, and it's like two like animated characters holding hands.
Oh, okay. I've seen that.
Yeah. Oh, right. That's so funny that we immediately jumped to. Yeah.
That poor author is probably like, why did we name it this?
Yeah, like this was a bad idea. Because I feel like that probably is the first one that we think of just because it's a series. And as soon as you hear that, you're like, Ariel, or however you say her name. That's on my shelf, and I'm so excited to start it. How are you liking it so far? Yeah, good question, Ashley. Caffeine doesn't really affect me. Oh my gosh. I don't really know if caffeine affects me anymore. I don't drink much of it, but...
Oh, I can't caffeine. I don't drink coffee. I really don't drink tea. At one point in time, it was a couple of months ago, I ended up having like a fake chai tea. Like it was a tea bag, but it was supposed to emulate what chai tea tastes like or whatever. And I had it at like 11 o'clock at night because I had like a sore throat. And I realized like I wasn't sleepy after I drank it. And I was like, did this tea, because I usually drink herbal tea if I drink tea. And I was like, does this tea have caffeine in it? And like the main ingredient was black tea. And I was like, well, I didn't go to sleep until like 4 a.m. that night. It was bad.
Yeah, you're like, well, I'm in it for the long haul now. Might as well get my book and start reading. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. And that was something I think I also was like when I was first trying to figure out like tea and coffee, because I didn't grow up drinking either of those things. Right. I was like, what is like caffeinated teas versus decaf versus herbal? Because also decaf isn't the same as herbal.
Right.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, then we know nobody give Danny caffeinated items. Don't do it. I can't imagine an energy drink. That would just go crazy for you then, which I've also never had. I've never had an energy drink before.
I probably get jittery. I had them when I was in high school and they didn't seem to affect me, but
Mhm.
the older I get, because I've stayed away from them so long, I'm sure my body's just like, nope, this isn't acceptable.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I feel like if I were to like stop drinking coffee at some point, it would then be like suddenly hitting me again. I do remember, I think the first time I ever drank coffee was, I was like sophomore year of college or something, and I had to like pull an all-nighter. And I just remember like dumping sugar in it and milk and being like, this is for your own good, Leandra, you got to do it. And then, yeah, it was terrible. Never again. I try to never do any all-nighters because those just also mess me up. My sleep schedule has been weird lately. I would have only slept 4 hours even if face off wasn't happening. Oh my gosh. And that can be so hard too to like adjust and fix a sleep schedule once it gets off for various reasons, like stress too. At one point I was really stressed out and I was like having like a twitching eyebrow and I was like, oh my gosh, like what's happening to me? And it's like I'm just too stressed, drinking too much caffeine, not enough sleep, everything. It's really good. I was supposed to be reading a different book, but started Part of Your World because I have the audio and I needed to cook and got hooked. Yes. Honestly, that is the perfect excuse to start an audiobook, is like when you're cooking and doing other things. That's awesome. I also have never tried anything by Abby Jimenez before, which I want to try her. I do. Love when that happens. Yeah, me too, Ashley. Yeah, it's my, what is it? Impling summoning book for the
It's one of the readathons.
Yeah, so many readathons are happening right now.
Yes.
That is literally like the third one we've mentioned this chat. I also know Garb August is happening, if anyone's heard of that one. It's like garbage reads, like just like very much like supporting you reading like reads that aren't like obviously as like literary with a capital L that I guess college professors are supposed to, sniff at and things. But yeah, Impling. I don't even know what that is. I'm assuming it's a magical creature.
I think there were different creatures that had different prompts that they had to read a certain number of prompts to get that creature, I think is how that readathon works.
Oh, that's really cool. Speaking about JD Robb, I want to read her Dragon Book trilogy. What? Dragon Book trilogy? I don't even know what that is. Caffeine will send me directly into a panic attack. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it definitely not good for anyone who has like anxiety. I have anxiety disorder, so my system is already on higher alert. Only herbal tea for me too, Danny. Yeah, we support. What's your favorite herbal tea? I myself, I tend to go for ginger. I really like ginger tea myself.
I like apple cinnamon.
Ooh, cozy. That makes you feel like you're in the fall all the time.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we're here for you, Autumn. Definitely no caffeine. So no caffeine for Danny, no caffeine for Autumn. I guess give as much caffeine as you want to Tina. It doesn't phase her at all. Now I want a strawberry black tea with boba. Oh my gosh. If I had a boba like store near me, like a cafe or something, I would get that way more often than I should. Like whenever I'm driving home back up to Rochester, I go through Harrisburg and there's this one boba shop that I literally always stop at. And I'm like, okay, this is me like going crazy. And I'm like, they see me like once a fortnight. Well, no, that's really recent, isn't that? Fortnight. How much is a fortnight?
I think a fortnight's, is it every 2 weeks? I think, or is it a week?
What I meant to say is once a quarter of a year. So, whoops. I can do coffee ice cream though. Thank God, because I love the taste and miss coffee. Yeah, I wonder if like coffee infused items, like the caffeine, like chemically changes or something. Because it's the same thing like like rum raisin ice cream technically has rum in it, but it's like been, I'm assuming, cooked out or whatever. Not cooked because it's cold, but
Yeah. I mean, they give that to children, so
yeah, it's like, hopefully, I was gonna say, like, if kids are allowed to like have that and like coffee ice cream, like hopefully, yeah. Hello, Christina. Yes, we're all well. Hope you're doing well too. Christina's also participating in the Amazing Readathon. I had so much coffee this past week, jacked my sleep schedule up. Exactly. Yeah. It just, oh my gosh, it messes with you. And then the way to alleviate it, to keep you going, you then have to drink more. It doesn't, oh my gosh, it messes you up so bad. Yes.
Coffee always makes me mad because it smells so good, but I hate the taste of coffee. I always have. My mom used to, like, I remember waking up, my mom would brew like fresh coffee every morning, and she was kind of a coffee snob. Kind of still is. But I would wake up and I would want to try it, and the taste doesn't match the smell. It makes me mad.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I came from like a big coffee drinking family where like whenever there was a big event or someone would come to visit, like, oh, put a pot on. Yeah. So it was just a thing. And yeah, even as a kid, I'd see all of my grandparents and aunts and uncles and everyone drinking it. And like, I think one time they're like, oh, you can try it if you want. And I was like, this is horrible. Like, this honestly tastes like dirt. Like, why does it smell so good? Yeah, so I don't know how it works. That's why my initial overnight coffee experience was like loads of sugar. Yeah. I think I like ended up getting like, it was like French vanilla and all this stuff. Crazy. I grew up drinking coffee, and my mom drinks coffee. Well, oh my gosh, she drank it while she was pregnant. That's probably why it doesn't affect me. Honestly, that isn't surprising. I feel like there are times when, like, with pregnancy things get into the womb. That's what it's called.
Your bloodstream.
Yeah. the W word, the womb. And yeah, so like I think that happens, or like cravings and stuff when you're like, I think the same way with like, this is more of like a negative kind of thing, but I guess if you have too much sugary things as like someone who's pregnant, your child could have like, I don't know, some type of like too much glucose and maybe end up having like be born with diabetes, but that might be like a myth. I am not a medical professional. Please, nobody kindly correct me if you know, but I have no idea. Don't listen to me about anything, especially when it comes to babies. Like, I don't know. Like, literally when a child comes into the library, I'm always like,
what do I do?
Yeah, I was like, they're gonna like, and we have like obviously children's events, and our children's coordinator, sometimes she needs help, so she'll like ask me, and I'd be like, okay, and she's like, I know, Leandra, like it's gonna be fine. And I was like, I just don't like it when they multiply, like they suddenly are a herd, and it's like, what do we do? I was like, I'm good one-on-one, but I'm like, as soon as they're surrounding me, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like a dog. I'm like one of those big dogs that gets nervous around chihuahuas. That's what I am. I fall asleep immediately, even after drinking coffee. It doesn't affect me. But I just, at this point, I can't tell if it affects me or not. But what could happen is if I stop drinking it like cold turkey, the one thing I'm more afraid of is like that residual headache that happens to people. I don't think I drink enough, but I don't know. And so, yeah. My coffee is broken. It is just not working. I think someone switched it for decaf and added melatonin. Yeah, it's causing you to fall asleep, maybe? Yeah, maybe talk to people in your household, see if they have a grudge. And if they're like, this'll fix her. I know that's
a horrible prank.
I know, right? Wouldn't that be horrible? But I have heard, like, there's these, like, horror stories. And, like, this one barista was like, yeah, if someone was mean to me, I would give them decaf instead. I'm like, you are ruining their entire day.
That's awesome, though. If someone's mean, you should never be mean to any type of server, but
anyone, yeah. But it's like we're like realistically, I have power. I'm holding the drink that I'm then giving to you.
I know. Like, have you ever been to dinner with somebody who's mean to like your waitress, and you're like, what is wrong with you? Mm-hmm. Like, they literally have power over our food. Not that that's the reason you should be nice to them, but it's just that thought in my head. I'm like, please. Just shut up.
Yeah, it's like, come on, like they don't want to be here either, right? Especially because like us being in the U.S., like it's like they are dependent on our tips. It's our, like it's basically like, I don't know, they're trying to be as nice as they can, but they can't ever be honest with you about how they feel about you if you're being rude to them. And it's just like, it is crazy. Yeah. I was on a date with someone once, and they like they were nice to the waiter, but then when the waiter left, they kind of like, it almost felt like they wanted to like commiserate with me, being like, oh, this guy, blah, blah. And I was like, they're just doing their job. I was like, you and I are not, we're not like, what is the point of this? I was
like red flag.
Yeah. It's like, they literally are just trying to, cause I think the person was trying to sell us wine. Like, like we were like ordering wine, and the waiter was like, oh, like, do you want to just get the bottle depending on how many glasses you get? And we were kind of like, no, we're good. And it's just, and they're like, oh, they're trying to sell us. And I'm like, no, they're not. I was like, he's honestly just being honest. Like, if we ended up drinking a whole bottle, it would have been stupid for us to go buy the glass. So anyway, This is not a reading sprints moment where I'm going to go into my horrible dating experiences. So we're going to move on. I only usually do buzzwordathon, but maybe I should branch out on my readathoning. Literally, there are so many. It's so hard to like keep up. I'm sure that there are more that we're missing in August, just because the booktube community is so big too. So what I'm trying to do is, yeah, like pick and choose, to have like a little taste test across and see what I like to do. There was one.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Oh, please, no, go ahead. I talk a mile a minute, so.
I know, I don't know if it was Nell's last video, but Nell talks about a couple of readathons going on this month. I know one of them was the magical readathon, but there was another one that was mentioned. I can't remember which video it was. Because I'm really nervous about readathons because I'm a planner, and because of the fact that I get so many books from the library, I do have to plan out my reads. So like spur of the moment prompts don't typically work for me because I don't have a big physical TBR either to choose from. But there are like some options out there. Like Tackle Your TBR is happening next weekend, and that's just a 24-hour readathon. There's 4 prompts, and it's literally just books on your TBR that you're choosing from. That's one I participate in. It happens every 2 months. But yeah, so like definitely like look out and see for like simple things if you're nervous about them, because I definitely have that same thought process.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially with the one that I'm participating in right now, the Amazing Readathon. It really is literally a prompt could drop at any moment. And that is kind of like a struggle depending on what kind of reader you are. It's perfect if you're someone who does have a large library or does say maybe like are a big fan of like Libby and Hoopla, because then you can just like immediately get them that way. Or if you have, I guess, like access to like Audible or KU, or just depending on what kind of reader you are. I'm also someone who is like a mood reader too. And so sometimes prompts, depending on what they are, and if I don't have time to, oh my gosh, if I don't have time to think about what I'm doing ahead of time, I'm kind of like, what's going on? Like, what different books are available to me? And so then I start to kind of like question, like, I don't know, I feel like I get rushed into deciding something rather than just accepting it. Yeah. Yes, hello. What's your body part book for this month? Oh my gosh, that's cool. I don't even know what's going on with that. I like Moroccan mint in the summer. Oh yeah, that's actually a really good one. But also lemon balm and holy basil. Oh my gosh, those actually sound really good. Yeah, which are calming and help with anxiety. Totally. I think that like there's a few other ones. Like I think lavender is really good for like calming, kind of like just trying to relax, like especially like at night. Like the kind of like, what are they called? Like sleeping aids. Speaking of fall, apparently pumpkin season is back at Starbucks on the 29th. Oh my gosh. So the 29th of August, they're like, okay, as soon as we hit like September 1st or just before then, it is officially pumpkin season. That is so funny. I really like pumpkin cookies and that. Like I am a big pumpkin.
Oh yes. I love pumpkin cookies.
Goods.
I read this earlier this year, The Bone Shard War.
You're a big fan?
I am. I'm a fan of that whole series. That's the last one in the series. So it wasn't as good as the first. I think the first one's still my favorite in the series, but it was definitely good.
Okay, interesting. I know that you're also, Danny's also a huge like person into like starting and like finishing series, which is something I need to get better at. So if anyone is also needing help with that journey, check out Danny's page. 7 Faceless Saints. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Yeah. Can you imagine how creative people are thinking of like various prompt ideas and other things? We'll have to look up. Add creamer. Some of them are really good, but I love mochas. Ooh, like hot or iced, cheap mochas, hot cocoa mix with coffee. Honestly, yeah. Like making it like a kind of like a, I guess like dirty hot chocolate. Is that what we call it? That's kind of like what a mocha coffee is to me. It's like when people get like a dirty chai. Yes, where they like throw in an espresso. For me, it's like dirty hot chocolate. It's a series of adventure, romance, and magic where parallel worlds clash over the struggle between good and evil. It has dragons, fairies, merfolk. It's called The Dragon Heart Legacy. Ro, do you work in publishing or marketing? Because you should. Are you kidding me? This is so cool. I am honestly like, that looks really good. So what's that? Yeah.
Adventure. I think that was that the one by Nora Roberts? or
Oh my gosh, yes, the trilogy.
Yeah.
Oh my, yes, you're right. Honestly, again, Nora Roberts / JD Robb like does everything apparently, which I didn't realize. Giving someone decaf instead of caffeinated is so much better than the reverse because that could be dangerous. That's true. That's true. And that would be more mean, like I feel like that would probably not be something hopefully that someone would think to do because it's like you don't know what you're doing to that person. When you stop, it affects you later. You wonder why you are tired and then realize no coffee. Yeah. Especially if you like are someone who consistently gets it like early in the day and then maybe it's like midday and you're like, oh, I haven't had my coffee yet. And you're like, that's why. Of course, it also could be like, am I drinking enough water? All these other things. Have I eaten? Not actually doing any readathons this month. Oh, Christina, I thought you were. I'm so sorry. I did multiple the last 2 months. We have to get set up for school this month. I just want to read and not worry about recording stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. And it is like this one in particular that I'm in is super competitive, which like for me, I'm just kind of like, well, I'm gonna do what I can, whatever. But it can be really stressful, especially if people like really do want to do well. So yeah, like some people are like behind because they're in like they've been left in a different city, and it's kind of chaotic depending on like how fast of a reader you are.
Yeah, it sounded really interesting because I did think about joining, but I was like, no, this probably isn't for me. It's a little too fast paced for me, a little too competitive. I'm definitely like I like a cozy. I like to push myself, but not to that extent.
Yeah. And there's also, so tomorrow a friend of mine invited me to go to a production of Much Ado About Nothing, which I'm really excited about. It's like performing at this college that's nearby. And they're actually doing, speaking of the TARDIS, they're doing the David Tennant version, and that's on YouTube. And it's actually like Much Ado, but set in like the 80s. So it's super fun. And that's my favorite production of it. And this production I'm going to is performing that version. I promise this is relevant. So when I go to that with my friend, I was like, well, this is pretty much like me listening to an audiobook technically. Like I wouldn't count it towards my like reads for the month, but for this competition, like if I were to download Much Ado About Nothing on Libby and listen to it, that's pretty much the same thing. And so I asked the thing, and of course, like they're really strict for important reasons, so people aren't, are feeling fair. So I totally get it, and this isn't me complaining about it. But they're like, that's kind of stretching it, and I was like, okay. I was trying to be creative, whatever. Either way, I'm really excited to go watch it. But yeah. Oh, and then I'm making up for it by literally reading another play. So whatever. Yeah. Let me see here. Oh, I did participate in my library's summer reading bingo, though. Oh yeah, my library's doing that too. And ended yesterday, and I got a call today, and I won a gift basket. Woohoo! Awesome. Congratulations. I hope you got a bunch of goodies. We should do that, a sprint to just talk about horrible dating experiences. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like emphasis on sprint away from that person. Like pay the bill as quickly as possible and get away from them. It was my August TBR. I'm doing Buzzwordathon all year. Oh, I didn't even realize that's interesting how I didn't know there was a readathon that existed year round.
That's on Books with Lala's channel, I believe. She puts out like a word list and it has specific months, but you can kind of do whatever you want. And as long as you read like a book, I think it's with the word in the title.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Cause like it's the body part face lists. Yeah. Okay. Magical readathon and the full moon readathon. Oh my gosh. There are so many parts of BookTube that I'm still not like aware of.
I wish that there was like a place, and I know like there was a BookTube channel called, I feel like it was like BookTube Bulletin that had a whole bunch of information about the readathons. But they stopped posting videos for a little bit. So I don't know if that's still a thing. I need to go check out their channel again. But I wish there was like a localized place where you could post events, because I feel like so much of it is just like you come across someone who is participating and that's how you find. There's such like a web of things that you have to go through to get to the different events.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I do remember that. I think even Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers was kind of collaborating or, sending in things so people knew about the events. But it is like just so massive to try to know what's going on. I think that's also why people do announcement videos so ahead in advance. Like usually they'll do it like the month before it starts so that they have like a month to let people know what's happening. But yeah, like things still fall through the cracks like, again, like we've just mentioned, now at this point, like 5 or 6 happening in August alone. Magic / Aurelium, romance, amazing, too many for me. Yeah. The romance readathon is the entire month of August, and there's no prompts. It's mainly for historical romance and romance, but you can read any genre. It's a mood reader. Oh, as I'm a mood reader, so it's perfect for me. Yeah, I remember watching. I was going to actually participate in that one, and I realized that I wasn't really reading any romance this coming month, probably because I don't really own any romance, even though I usually end up getting it through Libby and Hoopla. And then with the amazing readathon, I'm just like, it's like overload. It really is. Yeah. There's also Garb August. Exactly, now. Yes. Historical romance readathon and the amazing readathon. Seriously, isn't that crazy?
Isn't there also like Indie August readathons going on too? Is that a thing? Or am I thinking of a different one?
Might be. There's also like an ongoing event that I don't know if it's necessarily marketed as a readathon, but it's what is it called? It's like the final book support group or whatever. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
Where it's like, I think it's like every other month or every month, like there's like a 24 or 48 hour readathon supporting people like working on their series. So it could be like the last book in the series, or it could be whatever. So I know that's happening every once in a while. Like it was just happening, I think, this past weekend or something. Yeah. There's also Shorty. Is it Shorty September coming up? Yeah. So then that's going to happen. Oh my gosh. What are you talking about? Or were those Rias or candles? I think
there was teas or candles.
Oh, yes. Oh, Rias. What am I doing? Like, you're like, oh, actually, just literally 2 letters off in the alphabet. There we are. Herbal teas. Yeah. We were talking about caffeine versus herbal teas and everything like that. Yeah. That does sound really soothing, especially like the lemon balm one.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Mm-hmm. If you drink a lot of caffeine and just stop, you will get a migraine for like 3 days. Oh my gosh, yeah. And that means you got to take like ibuprofen or something like that, which is also not great. I wish I worked in publishing. I would champion diverse books. Yes, you would. Seriously, maybe consider getting into something along those lines.
Never too late.
It certainly isn't. Yeah, and you could even start off as like just like. I don't know, like writing like book reviews, or what's cool, what I've been thinking about that I probably won't ever do myself, but like places like Book Riot and that like have like a place on their website where they say like, hey, if you want to like submit an article and start kind of doing that kind of thing, maybe because you have a way with words, bro. That might be something to think about. Is anyone doing Battleathon next month? Oh my gosh, I think that's what it's called. Holy moly, there are so many.
Tell me more.
Yeah, exactly. Like, please. like I am ready for some epic battles. I may do a readathon in September or October. Once we get my son's school schedule down, totally. He goes virtual school, so I will have time and hopefully the brain power. I think I just got burnt out. Oh yeah, totally. Especially if it's like a really hands-on readathon. Like I think I might end up being burnt out in September. We'll see how it goes, depending on how dedicated I am to this readathon. Have to get my toddler down for a nap now and upload my video, but it was nice chatting with you all. Happy reading you too, Autumn. And I know we're going to be getting to reading, I promise. We're just chatting so much. Everyone has so many good topics. I told you I was having issues with my coffee today. Can't spell or type. Christina, that was me. That was very obviously an easy typo because Danny got it in like a second. And I was like, Rias, what is happening? My next question was going to be, is that an acronym for something? REA? And so clearly I was being way too complex for no reason. Maybe I'm the one who's struggling with my coffee today, not you. Yeah. Yes. See ya, Autumn. Best of luck with your toddler. It's a readathon with dragon teams. I think it might have been inspired by Fourth Wing. Oh, so it'd be like, this is like the first readathon of like, like the, I guess, debut, like the debut year that it's happening. Okay. Mel Lenore Reads posted the announcement video. Okay.
I'll check that out.
Yeah, exactly. You might have to, because that sounds really fun, especially if it's like dragon themed. That'd be really cool. I'm assuming it's like promoting like kind of like fantasy reads, but of course you can probably read any genre. I didn't even realize I did it either. Yeah. Carissa's here. Hello, welcome. Carissa is another booktuber who does reading sprints, and she and I are planning on doing reading sprints next month together on her channel. So very exciting. A dragon readathon, that could be fun. Totally, Christina, I agree. Ooh, dragon teams, love that. I know. And especially because, well, now I'm actually already planning on reading a dragon book soon. Danny, the natural history of dragons, thanks to her. So I'm very excited about that. So maybe that'll get me in the mood. Everyone's saying hello again. And we have finally reached the end of the comments. Thank you everybody for like just joining in the fun of us chatting like till our heart's content. But we will do a 45-minute one. Does that sound good to you, Danny?
Sounds good.
Okay, let me change the screens up. Yes. I've also already put none down, so nobody will be surprised by the deep, weird songs that happen with this particular like timer. I always forget to do that, and then I feel like I startle myself. So anyway, we'll be seeing everybody in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back. How did you do?
I only got 10 pages read because I posted a video on YouTube and had to deal with the descriptions and the thumbnail and everything. So
what's the video?
It is ranking all the new releases that I've read so far this year. So
cool. That's awesome. Yeah,
I will say, in the 10 pages I've read, though, some really crazy stuff happened in that chapter. So things have started to go down in the kingdom, but we'll see what happens.
Oh my gosh. Is it like multiple POV or is it kind of okay? Oh
yeah, so you follow you follow the Hawkspur clan. So there's a whole bunch of different noble, like I call them clans, but I don't know what they would be called in the book. But you follow the Hawkspurs, and you follow the mother of the Hawkspurs, one of their daughters, and then two of her sons. And one of them is like off in an area. He's like trying to become kind of an honored soldier. One of them is like a science-y, kind of nerdy kid. And then the girl, Tyretta, is a little bit of a rebel. And then the mother is like in charge of the whole clan. So you kind of get to follow all their perspectives, and they spread out throughout the kingdom. So you get all these different areas that you're learning about as well. But yeah, some really bad things just happened. And I'm curious to see what's going to happen with that particular character.
Oh no. Yeah, and is this a trilogy? Is that what it is? Is it
I don't know. I know only 2 books are out right now. So I'm not sure because the second book just came out this year. So I'm not sure if there's going to be another one or not. I know that this book does end on a cliffhanger. I've heard that, which is why I bought the sequel, because I was like, no, I can't.
You're like, I gotta jump in right now.
Yes.
Well, I hope that it turns out okay for the character that you're, worried about. But depending on the author's demeanor, sometimes they make hard decisions that we have to just accept. So hopefully that's not the case. I ended up getting to like page 30, which is pretty much a third of the way through this play. It's like really kind of absurdist. Like there's kind of some funny wordplay going on. And what's weird is like I'm enjoying the fact that we're getting the stage directions, because there's this one moment where, these two characters, they're waiting for Godot, obviously, at this tree. And they're kind of like, oh, should we leave? What should we do? And they're just kind of interacting with these weird characters. And at one point they're trying to come up with something. And one of the characters tells the other one, like, oh, use your intelligence. And then in the brackets where like, it wouldn't be said aloud if you watched the play, it said, Vladimir uses his intelligence. And I'm like, what kind of stage direction is that? I was like, obviously I'm enjoying reading that, but I'm like, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
It's creative.
Exactly. It's really creative, and it's kind of adding a little nugget of why it could be fun to read it. So I am enjoying it so far, but I'm wondering, like, I'm going to have to probably look into what people in, I don't know, like academia and that say about it as far as the themes go, because I've heard that it might be a kind of a social commentary on religion, like waiting for Godot, waiting for God. But I don't know if I'm just jumping to conclusions, because they've also talked about God in general. So that means like in this world, they're not the same person. So I don't really know what's going on. And it kind of adds to the fact that it's such a short play. So it's like, I'm probably not going to understand what's happening for most of the part, but that's okay. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Maybe reading will be better than typing. I hope that worked out for you, Christina. To be honest, I feel like it's more so my deciphering brain. Hopefully I'll get better at reading comments and knowing what people are saying. So this was a comment that Ashley left, and I responded to it. She said, excellent feminist dragon book. I don't hear a lot of people talking about When Women Were Dragons by Kelly Barnhill. The story and the cover are amazing. And then I responded saying that Danny actually ended up sending me her copy of it, and I can attest it is very pretty. This is the book. Yes, thank you again, Danny. I'm really excited to eventually read it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you think.
Woohoo! Yes, so that was just really funny. And then Ashley responded, "Oh yeah, I hope you love it." Yeah, I agree though that I feel like I had seen maybe a few people I knew talking about it when it first came out, but like I'm not seeing anyone talking about it right now, at least. So we'll see what I think. I also like the inside jacket or the inside. It's like this really nice kind of royal purple. So yeah, I do appreciate that. We also have Sarah saying hello. Currently reading Heartstopper Volume 3. I know that a lot of people are reading that this weekend in general, on top of the fact that it's like shorter graphic novels for various readathons. You can kind of get books done very quickly. I haven't read that series though. I haven't started any of it. Yeah. I also haven't seen the TV series. I haven't seen the TV series it's based on, right?
Yeah, I've been holding off because I don't like to watch things before I read them.
Yeah. Yeah. Because sometimes there's certain context that can't be translated onto screen, but it would be nice to know, like, yeah, not be lost or whatever. So hope you're enjoying it, Sarah. Carissa says, I read nothing. I ended up playing Disney Dreamlight Valley while watching YouTube videos. You know what? Sounds like you needed to do that. We need to decompress sometimes. That also sounds like a fun game. I feel like I've seen a few people playing that too. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it and enjoyed watching your YouTube videos as well. If there was a fun video that you recommend to us, let us know in the comments. Made it to 35% of my book. Awesome. I hope you're still enjoying it. Took a shower, got to 50%. Sounds like you didn't take a nap, Tina. What are you doing?
The shower at least help wake you up.
Yeah, and maybe like loosened up and relax some of your probably tensing up muscles because you're like riding on such low energy. And maybe like eating something, probably like hoping to get that energy up. I might have to get some food myself soon, even though I just had lunch. It's fine. Colored 2 pictures and got my son sprinting too. Woohoo! Awesome. Very, very nice. That actually reminds me, I have been really bad lately about updating my bullet journal. Like I've been recording everything, but then I haven't like sat down to actually write the physical reviews I want to do. And so I need to do that at some point. Didn't read that sprint. Currently eating breakfast. Very nice. I know that you're on the West Coast and like the North America, so that makes sense that you're still kind of having a brunch kind of morning. Oh, and read a page. Yes, 1 page. That's all it takes to change the world. Just 1 page at a time. Row, I watched unaired TV pilots. What? Someone who works in Hollywood, I presume, is uploading them on YouTube. I watched a 2003 ABC and 2016 CBS comedy pilot. That's interesting. I have been, you know what? I have also been seeing recently, like just people leaking stuff. I guess I don't know if that's what it's called, but like showing like music demos that were never released because like a different artist ended up taking it or something. So I've been seeing that being really popular. What's interesting about pilots too, when I was younger, I used to be a really big fan of Grey's Anatomy, and it just got chaotic. You know who's actually obsessed with it, and he's tapered off now, and we both agree that it's probably not healthy to watch it because it puts you through the ringer. My father was a bigger Grey's Anatomy fan than I was. I don't know if he's still in the comments. And he liked the craziest characters, by the way. Like he liked Izzy Stevens. I'm getting off track. But I was watching this interview. I know, it's like, what's happening? I watched this interview with like the main woman character. Like her name's Ellen Pompeo, but like she is Meredith Grey. And she ended up kind of getting pitched this pilot, and she didn't really want to do it, but her agent was like, just do it. It probably won't air. You'll get paid for the pilot, and then we can just move on and you can like, do movies and things. And then she ended up doing the pilot, and now she's been like the main protagonist of that, like still ongoing. I think it's still happening. So isn't that so crazy? She's just like, oh, this pilot's like, I'm just gonna get a quick paycheck and be done. Yeah.
Surprise!
Yeah, isn't that like surprise? And she actually kind of said how it was like this blessing in disguise because she's like, now that I'm, like what, 15 years later, I'm still the main protagonist. And she's saying that she probably would have been typecast by this point as like the mom character or the side character who didn't get to be the main role. And so I'm like, yeah, that actually is a good point. But also a critique on the industry and how we like don't let women of a certain age be main characters anymore. But yeah, Ro, are there any specific pilots you think that we should watch? I wonder if it's like, how satisfying is it? Because you know that it didn't go anywhere. And so you only get introduced to these characters like once, and then you're like, done. I just started storming here. Ooh, so I'm going to make sure all my books are downloaded. Oh, I can't read. What is happening?
I wasn't going to say anything.
What is going on? Oh my gosh. Like this is literally a recording of me going insane. It just started storming here. That makes sense, Tina. So you've downloaded your books. I was like, what is going on? Okay, maybe Danny, at some point you might have to be the one who reads the comments because I don't know if I can be trusted with this responsibility anymore. Anyway, can I pre-spin the face-off wheel, like spin 2 more times just so I know what I'll be reading so I can download? Yeah, I mean, they totally said that like up to you and how much you want to challenge yourself. So this is like, so in the face-off, the wheel has like various countries and you can spin just so people know what's happening. And what you could do point blank is spin, see what flag you get, choose the book, read it, and then spin again and just keep doing that way. But a few people had mentioned, like, for instance, having anxiety, not being able to plan books or wanting to know what's going on. And so Bree said, at least somewhere in the Discord, that she's like, yeah, like if that is for your own comfort level and makes you like your brain not go crazy, or whatever you need to do for planning, just spin however many times you think you're going to go, and then just do it in the order of the spin. So if you do spin 2 more times, just like try to read in that order, I guess. So yeah, I think that this is a good reason to do that, especially if you're afraid that you'll lose access to the books that you want to read. It's sad that a couple of quality pilots weren't picked. They would have been great shows. Yeah, especially like the one that's from 2003. I guess it could be a toss-up of why they didn't do it, but 2016, I'm always wondering if like around that time and later, it's because so many streaming services were coming up. And so like some of these networks had to be like really kind of pick and choosy of like which pilots they gave a chance to. And now like, and then even so, like some TV shows have kind of gotten a second chance, haven't they? Like wasn't Lucifer on a network and then it got canceled? But then when it got onto Netflix and people adored it, Netflix got all the cast together and pushed it for more seasons.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And that's just an example of like the reason why it didn't do well on network television was because all these streaming services were preventing people from watching it. And then as soon as Netflix got the rights to what had already been made, everyone loved it. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if like just television is dying, at least the way that we used to see it. One chapter
it's going to get worse.
What'd you say?
I said, unfortunately, I think that's going to get worse because now, like, there have been a whole bunch of people who've left Netflix because of all the password sharing stuff that they've come out with. Yes. And then, I don't know, like there's it feels like all the streaming networks are becoming cable. Like everyone used to have to pay for cable to get all the packages. And now like there's so many shows that are exclusive to one of those services. If you want to watch a variety of shows, you almost have to have all of them. I know so many people that just like, they have certain months that like, this is my Netflix month. I'm going to pay for a month of Netflix. And then this is and they catch up on all their shows monthly and they only pay for one streaming service a month.
That's actually really smart. And it's just like you being diligent about being like, I'm paying for this pay period and then I'm going to be good about canceling it. And then, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. And just like, it's on you to kind of make sure you're doing it. And I feel like a lot of these streaming services, they're leaning on the fact that people might forget and be like, oh, well, I guess we're just going to keep it for another month. Or who was it? There's this, because of all of the writers who are on strike for like, obviously good reasons. One of the writers who he's been on a bunch of stuff, but he did at one point have his like own show. I think it was on YouTube or on another TV network. It's like Adam. He used to do like Adam Ruins Everything.
Oh, yeah.
So that guy, he's done a lot of interviews lately because he's kind of one of the spokespeople for the writers who are on strike. And he was saying that like one of the biggest scams that was ever sold to like us as the, watchers and viewers was Netflix saying, hey, look, like because they were the first ones to do it, like, look, online, you can like cancel your cable. And now like rather than paying $100 a month, you're only paying like at the time, I think it was like $7.99 or something. And it's like, but now they continue to raise up their prices and you're still paying for internet. Like most of us, even if we don't have, say, like television or anything like that, like we're still paying a significant amount of money to access these things on our devices. And it's like, you're lying. Our bills are still high. It's just crazy. Yeah. My father, speaking of, I've been trying to get him and my mom to cancel some of their subscriptions because we have too many. I was like, we need to pick and choose and just like dedicate ourselves to those. But it's tough because everyone has different watching preferences as well. So one person might prefer this one streaming service and then vice versa. But my father read one chapter, 18 pages, not my type of chapter, not a lot of action. Okay, so it was a bit slow going. Hopefully next time it'll be a bit faster paced. Yeah, the shower was to help me wake up. Yes. I've been eating a lot of snacks and candy this weekend, so I might make a sandwich. Smart. Also, with candy and sugar, that gives you highs and lows as well, so you might feel that crash. I have, it fell on the floor and I never picked it up, but I have a bag of sour gummy bears that I also bought to kind of enjoy through the weekend, but I'm so bad about that. I think that's the one candy that I will like eat too many of and then my tongue will go like raw. I'm an adult and yet I haven't learned my lesson. I continue to make bad decisions with candy. Yeah, I used to do that with like Warheads all the time, and it was like, what am I doing? Yeah, I stopped watching Grey's around season 15. Oh my gosh, like just so much has happened. You like so many characters have come in and out of that place too. It's crazy. Yeah, it's still ongoing, and she left recently. Yeah, I was gonna say she did leave. That's true. Which is kind of like, yeah, you're good. Like you have left your mark. I mean, the show is still like named after your character, so I think you're going to be memorable because she just wanted to be done with it. Yeah, I mean, it's probably just like puts you through the ringer. You've kind of been typecast too, and now you're like feels as though you're doing the same storyline over and over again. I know that there was an interesting interview between her and the character who's Izzy Stevens I just mentioned. What's her name? She was in like 27 Dresses, and
I'm not gonna be able to remember.
Yeah, okay. So I think it was Catherine.
Okay.
Yeah. She was also in the kind of recent Firefly Lane adaptation that a lot of people got excited for. Those two women ended up having I think it was like an honest interview conversation together. And I've seen a lot of like clips from it because they both were on the show. And I think that Katherine Heigl kind of also got viewed as this like bossy woman in Hollywood, when in reality she just wanted to probably get the same type of treatment as her men like co-stars. But anyway, Grey's is still going. Chandra and Ellen talked and decided that they would keep going until one of them was done. Yeah. Don't feel bad. I can't type today. Still having a great time though. Christina, you just saw what I did to Tina's like very simple non-typo comment. So it's clearly we've proven who the problem is. The problem is me. My second spin is Sweden. Oh, sweet. So that's yellow and blue. And then my third spin is Ireland. Oh my gosh. What is that? Orange, green, and white?
Yeah, that sounds right.
That orange might be weird. I don't know how many covers with orange in it. At least it only has to be a little bit.
And so you have to do all of them. You can't just do like a couple.
Yeah, so you have to do all of them. I know, right? It's like, can we just pick like one of them? So yeah, like that's what it is. I know that someone at one point they were like, even if it's on the barcode, it counts. Like, so it's like they're really loose about it, which is nice. So maybe even if it's like on the spine or something. That is why I pay for Peacock, because the Real Housewives are only on that now. Yeah, like especially if you're kind of like, it's definitely better if you know what shows you like and you're like okay with kind of just being this one subscription, or vice versa. Like I was talking to some friends about it. I'm like, if there's a movie that I really want to watch or a TV show, maybe I would be okay with renting it from a different service just for that time to watch it. And then I'm good. I don't need access to it all the time. But there are some shows I like to like keep watching. For me, the one that I am so kindly paying for my family to watch is I do pay for Amazon Prime. One is because I'm still technically viewed as a student. Don't tell Amazon. So it's cheaper for me, and I'm like, okay, I can pay that price. And for that, they have a lot of like old classic movies that I really like to watch, like a lot of like kind of hard, like not hard boiled. What is it called? Um, Screwball comedies. Like those ones they're really fun. Like My Man Godfrey is like one of my favorite movies, and it's on Amazon. I literally watch it every couple of months. So I was like, you know what? Amazon Prime's clearly like the one that I want. It also has Grimm, which I kind of like to watch.
Oh yes, I do like Grimm.
Yes, yeah. Like it's just like even though I've seen it a million times, I'm like, I'll just put it on. I think it's fun. So there we are. Let's see. Grays did get a little weird after their COVID season. Oh my gosh. You know what? That doesn't surprise me. Obviously, they're a medical show. They had to have it. Isn't she still on the show just from her new city? Oh my gosh. Just crazy. Yeah, my dad has confirmed Katherine Heigl. That was one of his favorite characters. And for those who watch Grey's Anatomy, she was crazy. She did so many things that are just like nuts. But obviously it was really entertaining. For Sweden, I'm gonna go with Santa. Oh, Santa, Sunrises, and Suspects. Whoa, you're getting a little bit ahead on kind of like wintry reads too. I imagine that's like kind of like a Christmassy, like cozy. That's what I'm thinking it is. Unless it's like Santa, but like in the tropics because we've got sunrises. Maybe it's like a Death in Paradise kind of situation. I'm going to wait on right now, Ireland, until Nicole announces the bingo for next week. Oh, yeah, smart. See, yeah, like Nicole hosts bingo events too for different prompts. Like someone is always doing everything. I'm not sure what happened after COVID in Grays. I stopped watching right before that season. Regina King doesn't play the lesbian character. A lesser known actress played it. Oh, Regina King. Is this something that I wonder who Regina King is.
Maybe I don't know that name.
You know what? If I looked her up, oh my gosh, I know who she is. She's in so many things. If you look her up, you'll know her face. Yeah, like you know who she's in. Okay, the thing I know her from two different movies. One was from Miss Congeniality 2. The other one is she ended up helping out Hilary Duff in Cinderella Story.
Yes,
it's like the wise character. She's in everything. Actually, she's great. I feel like she's always kind of unfortunately had to be like the side character in certain things. When I would totally watch her as a main character. So yeah, thanks Ro for bringing that up. I didn't even realize that she was in Grays, or she might have been Grays for a little bit. If we're connecting the same thing. I really liked Izzy in Grays. Yeah, you and my dad both. I mean, she was really fun though. Like she was a really fun character. It was just so funny. It is a Christmas cozy. That's what I thought. The 23rd in the Campers and Criminals series. Oh my gosh.
23rd?
Yeah. Okay. Well, my question is, have you read books 1 through 22? Because the thing is, it's a cozy. You don't necessarily have to read them in order. But if you have, you are the most dedicated person to any series ever. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever even started a series is that long before.
No.
Yeah. Cozy or otherwise. Like even like immersive mysteries. Tina has confirmed. Yes, but they're really short. Okay. Well, that
still 23 though. That's a lot.
Yeah, seriously. I would say you should read them in order. Okay. Is it like, are you reading them through like KU or something? Or like, I'm wondering like how they're so short, or if you're listening to them in audiobook too. They're set in Kentucky. Oh, cool. Like an hour and a half away from me. That's awesome. I was gonna say, I know that you're from Kentucky. That's always really fun. I read this book. I can't remember what it was, but they mentioned like how they were making their way, I think, to Canada or something, and they stopped in Buffalo, New York. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, that's not me, but it's like an hour away from me. So I was very excited to see. Oh, you know what it was? They mentioned, weirdly enough, they mentioned Henrietta, which is like this kind of large town attached to Rochester, New York, and that is the city I'm from. And I was like, everyone would just say Rochester. You wouldn't mention Henrietta, you know? Like people who are from Rochester know that Henrietta is viewed as the city, but we like if you weren't, I was like, this person knows the area. I can't remember what the book was, but I was so surprised. That's so funny. They're on KU. Most of her books are, and audiobooks on Scribd. Okay, interesting. We've reached the end of the comments. If you're ready, we'll do another sprint. Oh, but first, Danny, a notification showed up that you upload a video. Yes, she did. Woohoo! If anybody is interested in taking a break from reading, highly recommend you go check out her video. I might end up doing that during one of the sprints when I'm cleaning, and then I can like kind of just carry you around in my apartment with me as I'm doing.
It's a little long, so feel free to like put me on 2 times speed.
Oh my gosh, no! I want to know every single word you say. I will be taking my time with it. I read a couple books lately that were set in Michigan. It was so cool because I could picture the settings so much better, and it was weird, out of the way places too. Yeah, I love that because then like it's like this little kind of nice surprise when you're like, oh my gosh, like this person clearly did research or they're actually from the area. So that is really fun. Christine also got the notification. Woo-hoo! So exciting. Oh my gosh. Okay. What we might try to do is when we get back, oh, you know what? The thing is that I'm going to continue reading this, but at some point I'm going to watch your video during these sprints and then we can all come back and talk about it together. That'd be so, it's like Q&A instead of like with the author, with the creator. That would be awesome. Okay. Let me get this thing set up. Okay, we will see everybody in 45 minutes. Okie doke. Welcome back, everybody. I ended up, I got to the end of my act, one of two acts for Waiting for Godot, and then I proceeded to listen to and watch Danny's most recent video because I had time. I have 1 minute left, and then I'll officially be done. And I was like, oh, okay, I've got to talk to real life Danny. I can't watch past life Danny. And I was putting together my new mini bookshelf, and actually, it's better quality than I expected for it being like $30. So I'm really excited. So by the end of these sprints, you all might get to see what it looks like. Very exciting. But how did you end up doing before I grill you on the video and everything?
I got about 25 pages read, and there's just a whole bunch of crazy things happening right now because of the fact that it is towards the end of the book. But one of the characters has had something, actually several of the characters have had something happen to them physically that's changed things. And that's all I'll say as far as, because I don't want to spoil anything. But I'm trying to figure out the world still.
Interesting.
So I'm really liking it.
Did you predict any of these things, or have every single one of them surprised you?
Yeah, no, there's no predictions going on. I mean, I guess like large theme things. I've predicted as far as like where I thought the book was heading, big scale, but as far as like the details of the world and the specifics of what have happened to the characters and in what manner are all completely new to me.
Oh my gosh. Well, at least like with this one, you'll be able to jump right back into the world if you want. You can just be like, okay, let's figure out what else happens. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If anyone hasn't watched Danny's video in this past sprint, I highly recommend it. It's really fascinating. I'm going to give a review right now in front of you. What's really cool is that, so you rank, it was 19, the 19 books that you've read that all came out in 2023, all of the new releases. And what I actually really like that you include is you compare your rating to Goodreads. So it kind of is like very interesting. There's this one point where you're like, I rated 3.94. No, that was Goodreads. And it made me laugh because it's like, wow, that's really specific. Like suddenly you got really critical. You're like, I'm not giving 4 stars, not quite. It's really entertaining. I recommend it. What I was excited about was, of course, I saw a bunch of books that I already have borrowed from the library, thanks to you, and are already kind of on my radar. So yeah, definitely recommend people go check it out. No questions, because I am extremely satisfied and I don't want to put you on the spot. So there we are.
I appreciate you watching it.
Yes, of course. Oh my gosh. I was like, as soon as I finish this, I'm like, I might as well just do it now. Why wait until the next sprint? So I was one of the first, but I'm going to make sure to comment a nice long comment to force you to read what I just said aloud, because apparently that's what I've decided to do. Where are we? Comments. Oh, you know what's interesting and very exciting for you and me is that Carissa just said, I'm hoping to make some progress in the 5th season. Yeah, so exciting. If anyone doesn't know, Danny and I have been doing a bunch of buddy reads lately, like once a month. And our current buddy read mission is to get through the Broken Earth trilogy. We did the 5th season last month. We did the Obelisk Gate this month. And then I'm thinking we're just going to finish off the trilogy next month, right?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
we have to know what happens now.
I know. At this point, especially because of everything that's happened in book 2, like I'm so invested in knowing how all of this is going to culminate into some type of grand finale. I think this is
one book.
What'd you say?
One book left.
One book, I know. But the one nice thing is that they're so chunky that I'm like, you know what? Like she makes sure that I feel like it'd be disappointing if this was a series of only like 200 pages each, because it'd be like, it's not enough. Honestly, a trilogy is already not enough for this world, for like the complications we've gotten into and like figuring out the world. There are things that I also have questions about that I just don't know if we'll ever like know. And I'm excited to tell you about those privately as we go through, because we don't want to spoil anything for Carissa. So yes, I hope that you're enjoying it, Carissa. And now you know, if you didn't already, you've got 2 people you can already talk to immediately when you're done. And we'd definitely be happy to chat without giving any spoilers for book 2. YouTube ate my comment. I know, Ro. Was it regarding like Regina King? I was wondering. Sometimes YouTube, the way it eats my comment is I'll comment something and then I'll add a smiley face, and it's like the smiley face takes away the words, and so I've just commented a weird smiley face, and I'm like now the hosts are gonna think I'm creepy. I'm like, why am I just sending a smiley face with no context? Like I was like, oh my gosh. So I don't know. that's I hate that. It's happened to someone else, which makes me feel better because I was like, am I crazy? And wondering why the smiley face has cursed my comments. But anyway, looked Women in Law. She starred in it. It's on Media Garage. Okay. So that's the pilot. I'm assuming that's the pilot that you might have been talking about, Ro. I'm not sure. She played the main character, and her character in the pilot. Yes. Okay. Just kept reading the comment. It's fine. A fellow lawyer is a lesbian. The pilot was about 3 women who are friends. Oh, but you're saying like your other comment was that like Regina King didn't play the lesbian character. Okay. Yeah, like, well, one thing that I'm kind of worried about too is I'm like, was this pilot, if she was one of the main characters, was it the 2003 one? Because I'm wondering if they were like, oh, this is too progressive, and also the fact that we have like a BIPOC kind of leading character, unfortunately. That's the one thing I'm worried about that might have happened. But you know what? At least she got that money because she got paid for it. So at least that's the silver lining. I wonder why this person's leaking them and like deciding to divulge them to the world. Hello, Maddie. Welcome. What are you reading or what are you doing? Thanks for joining us. Emily Wilde is so cute, and I can't wait to read Deep as the Sea, Red as the Sky. Oh my gosh. In Emily Wilde, that's a little spoiler for anyone who's interested in checking out Danny's video. I know that this is going to be a spoiler for others, but I think that it's worth it to watch the entire video. This is one of the reads that has led you to do a very rare pre-order.
Yes, it is.
You're like, I'm doing it. It's really far in advance, but I had to do it. And I'm like,
yeah. I don't think it comes out until April, but I was like, oh, I have to do it. And the books are beautiful. They're printed on the hardcover.
Just a moment. I'm going to grab it because it's one of the library books I borrowed. Where did I put it?
And Ro, I'm excited to see that you're going to read Deep as the Sea, Red as the Sky, or I think is it Deep as the Sea or Deep as the Sky? Red as the Sea. I can't remember, whichever, but I'll be interested to hear what you think about that book as well.
Look at this one. It honestly is gorgeous. And like she said, it's like right on the cover, which honestly I kind of prefer. I like that compared to the like dust jacket, especially because I usually remove the dust jacket when I'm reading a hardcover book, just so I'm like, get it out of my way. And I don't want to damage it. I don't know, whatever.
I do wonder how it will age. Like if you reread it or something, if that will eventually rub off the hardcover. But I don't know. I like it as it is right now.
Or like your hand, like your finger, like the oils from your fingers. Right. Yeah. Like sometimes even when I'm doing that, I'm reading and I maybe I'm in one position for so long holding the book. I do see kind of as if my hand is like a shadow. As if someone looks at it. Yeah. I'll be like, oh, that was me. Oh, Carissa read 25 pages. Exciting. Oh, just chipping away that 5th season. Just take your time with it. Cause I think we did 3 chapters a day, and it still only took us like a week and a half or something. So it is doable. Made and eat an egg sandwich. Made and ate an egg sandwich while watching half of Danny's video, and then read 14%. Yes, woohoo! Celebrating all of that. That was awesome. And honestly, the egg sandwich sounds good too. I haven't like made myself one of those in a while. 41%. Very nice, Ashley. But the book is sad. Oh no. That is so tough. Did you know it was going to be sad when you entered it? Or is this, because sometimes if I enter a book and I don't expect it to be sad, it's 10 times sadder because my emotional like expectations plummet. Comments. Hello. There we are. Yes, the video is really enjoyable. It's the first video I watched of yours. Yay! Yes, more glowing reviews.
Thank you.
And I really like the way you talk about bugs. Yeah. You know what I think? We need to start like a Yelp review thing. This is what 5 stars from Tina. I decided to say that it's 5 stars. What is the brand of bookshelf you bought? Because I bought some $25, $30 bookshelves from Amazon. I don't know what the brand is. I got it from Target and it was like $30. Let me grab the box. It might be Target or I think it's just Room Essentials is technically the brand, and it's like Target brand. Sorry, my chair is really crunchy. I promise those aren't my bones. Like that's not like me like creaking like an old woman. But yeah, so I'm really impressed with it. And it looks like it's pretty sturdy. It's 3 tiers and it's like yay wide.
Sorry, he's probably, now that he's found where I am, he probably won't leave me alone.
Nothing to apologize for. Never apologize. I'm so excited. He's so furry. Is it like male orange cat? Okay. Yeah. You know what they say? All of the female orange cats took all the brain cells from the male orange cats.
That is true. I have a funny story about something he did this week that would entertain you guys if you want to hear.
Please.
So he likes to play with plastic bags, and we've had him for like 7 or 8 years. And it's never been a problem. But like, you know, they say like, be careful because they can get stuck in them or whatever. Well, he's never had a problem. But I had a really large like TJ Maxx bag on the living room floor. And I see him, he gets in the bag because I don't know why, he's weird and he likes to play in the bag. But then he stuck his head up. But instead of sticking it up through like the normal hole, he stuck it up through like the hand hole and he got caught. And normally he just would back out and be fine. But he was having a zoomy moment and decided to run. And then the bag proceeded to chase him.
Oh no. It's like he had a cape. Super cat. Oh no.
So yeah, that's like the little, one brain cell that he has. He was afraid of the bag.
Yeah, he was afraid of the own predicament he put himself in.
Yes.
Also, this is a good example of like sometimes in your videos you'll be like, "Oh, sorry, that's the cat," or "Oh, sorry, that's that," and I'm always like, "Don't apologize. Like honestly, bring them into the video. Like let me see the troublemaker. I'm totally for it." Oh, I saw his ears, so cute. Oh my gosh, he is definitely an honorary visitor. He can stay the entire time. Executive decision. Anyone else who isn't cat people, I don't trust you. I don't know who you are in the comments. Keep it to yourselves. Let's see. Farino is the brand of most of my bookshelves. I haven't even honestly thought about brands as far as like bookshelves go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just called Room Essentials and it's like the Target brand, which is probably why it's cheaper. And I'm totally for it. I'm appreciating it a lot more now than I did in high school. That's right. I think you and maybe it was Nell too, if she's still in the comments, had read the 5th season earlier when you were younger and you're kind of like, wait, do I have hello? I made eye contact with him. Anyway, but I'm not sure if I'm going to continue. Okay, I'm almost 150 pages in, but I hope that I can get some questions answered. Yeah, just like, honestly, if you have to, pair it with another like lighter read, because I think the main reason why like we were good about just consistently reading it was because we were like on each other, we were motivated, we had someone to talk to with our questions. And if you're reading it on your own, it might be kind of a situation where like I'm asking these questions but I have no one to talk to about them. And now so
I definitely think it helps having someone to read it with, but if that's not possible, I would just say take it slow and take some breaks because it's very complex.
Yeah, for sure. Very complex and lots of character names that are like a bit different from, like our vernacular and things. Or what could also help is you pairing it with the audiobook. If you have like Libby or Hoopla and it's available, you could have that like so you're reading along and hearing it as you go. I just love your cat so much. He's like staring so intently at something and I can't get over it. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so hard to pay attention, but in the best way. I promise I'm not complaining. I'm very excited about it. Okay, it could just be a glitch, but sometimes when you click an emoji, it'll replace the word before it. Interesting. Yeah, I've just like I've been afraid of adding the smiley face sometimes. Or I've heard too that it's like, or the words you use, the way you phrased it, there's a suggestion that it's like flagged.
Yeah.
Because like the AI is just being really careful, even if that's obviously you're not intending to say anything like terrible.
I've had that happen. I've had that happen to me before, and I wish that YouTube sent you a notification saying like this has been flagged, so you would know like my comments been eaten because of such and such.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, like this one like phrasing,
Right.
I could see why it would be like misconstrued or something. Yeah, because before when it just disappears, you're like, well, I don't know if I can just do the same. Like, what if I just keep making the same problem? And you're like, what's going on? And yeah. Women in Law was a 2006 pilot. Yeah, I think a Black woman and a white lesbian woman, yeah, like as co-leads is probably why it wasn't picked up. Me Too, which is really annoying, especially because it's kind of now like a question of what could have been. Like if this pilot came out, say now, like in regards to them trying this new season, like would it be like totally fine and people would keep going with it? I think it would have a much better chance of not being like gatekeeped, I guess, or whatever the term would be. The chapters are just long and it's a little dense. I do appreciate the appendix at the end. Yeah, the appendix was really nice. It's really like so many themes, like history as well, because the appendix does provide like all of these other like past eras that like the people are referencing so casually, and you're like, wait, what was the like the season of teeth or whatever? It's like these various things. So totally understand. Sorry, typo, books, not bugs. I know. I
figured out what you meant.
I didn't. Danny, you gotta tell me when I'm saying ridiculous things, because I was like, bugs. I was like, I just finished this book. Like, I just finished this video. I was like, I don't remember her talking about bugs, but like, I literally just accepted it. Oh my gosh, Tina, you all have so much patience with me. What is going on? You're all too nice. Oh gosh. And I should have known, because Tina often is like on her phone when she's like doing comments and things. And so I should have known that there might have been typos going on. There was a comment that the book would tear you apart and put you back together again. So I'm waiting to be put back together. Yeah. So you can confirm the first part is true. Now we're wondering if the second part is true. Oh my gosh. That is always so tough. I'm almost like, I find myself nowadays not really choosing books that I would knowingly be super sad. Like unless it's kind of a genre thing. Like I like to read climate fiction a lot, and if you're reading a climate fiction book, you've got to prepare yourself for like some sad realities because it's surrounding the climate crisis and everything. But like just like a regular book that is kind of just like contemporary or historical, and even historical, you got to know, depending on what the topic is, it's also going to be very sad. But yeah, like I usually am not like willingly like, I want to cry today. That's my goal.
I have to be in the right headspace for that. Like if it happens in the midst of a book that's not completely sad, like that's not the point of the book,
right?
That's fine. But like I don't reach for books that are like, I will break you.
Yeah, and sometimes depending on what it is, I'm definitely not saying that this is the regarding the book that Ashley is reading right now. But sometimes I've gotten really careful about wondering if the author is sensationalizing pain, and that's all dependent on the subject matter and what's going on. Because there are books that will like make you just weep with the characters. It's meant to do that, to like raise awareness or make you like appreciate something. Totally fine. But other books when I'm like, okay, this amount of violence that might be happening to a character or something feels kind of crazy. One book that I often mention for that is A Little Life by Hana Yanagihara. So like it just kind of depends on like how far the author goes and if I think it's necessary for them to go that far. I'm going to head out. I get to go shopping with my sister. Oh, have fun. Sounds good. You definitely deserve a very fun, mindless shopping spree after getting through a little bit more of the 5th season. Yes, he is adorable. I agree. I miss him already. We see so many comments being, like obviously he is a crowd pleaser. Oh my gosh. It's have you ever seen that thing where it's like, I want to see the baby, and then you see like and it's like just a cat. Yeah, those are my favorite. Tina's a cat person. Yes. Oh my gosh, you have an orange female cat. They're so rare.
Yeah.
That's so cool. It's like like a calico males are also rare, right? Because I had a calico female when I was growing up. I might move outside because it's not raining. Okay, that bad, but it's not too hot. Nice. I know it's always kind of like when the rain stops, depending on where you live, how humid it is. It's actually sometimes worse than if it just kept raining. But yeah, nice. Enjoy the sunshine. I might have to go for a walk at some point too, but wait a couple more hours until it is not as hot as it is for me. Hit spacebar a couple times before the emoji. Christina, this is sounds like a hack. Sounds like you've experienced these trials before and you've learned the tricks of the trade. I appreciate it.
Now I'm gonna have to pay attention, like whenever I'm in the comment section in sprints, if I see like random emojis.
Genuinely, especially for me, it's like it's the rogue smiley face. Like it's just this random and so creepy, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, yeah. Like it happened the other day, and like fortunately, it was like someone had said something about me to one of my comments, and I had reacted, and then I did like a smiley, and I just came up with a smiley face, and they're like, oh yep, Leandra smiled at that, and I was like, no, I had more to say. Oh gosh. Anyway, yes, I wish YouTube would let you know. Yeah, like, and I think that they do that on some platforms. Like, it might be. I think I've seen like on Twitch and things. They might let you know why it's been flagged, so you can you have like a second chance to correct it. But yeah. And sometimes the comment doesn't show up at all, or it'll just show up to the host. Sometimes I go on a different YouTube account and see if it's there. Oh, interesting. So like you can see it, but you realize that no one else can see it. But even if I do that, it might not be there, but the host can see it, or the host has to approve it popping up. Yeah, I think that also is definitely something I've seen where it's like you can allow it or not, or something like that. Like the host can kind of be like, Danny, will you do a 2024 anticipated books video? Yeah, I'm asking in advance. Ooh.
Yes, I can do that.
Yahoo! Oh my gosh, that is so cool. And I feel like that will be perfect content, because then you can kind of compare once you've read them. So you can be like, oh yeah, like this is what I was predicting. Turned out exactly as good as I thought. But also, I feel like you tend to find books before they get super popular. Not all the time, but like for instance, like The Magician's Daughter is one I still want to read. And like I agree with you. I'm like, why haven't I seen people talk about this book? Because I'm excited about it and I haven't even read it yet. And I'm like, how do I know about it? So yeah. Agreed. I usually like to avoid the super sad. A Little Life is a never read for me. Yeah, I mean, like, again, to each their own. How, like, depending on when you want to read it and who you are as a person and why you're reading it. But yeah, I think for that one, I would just like prepare yourself if you want to try it. It's also like a hefty one. It's like 700 pages or so. So it's like literally 700 pages of trauma is what it is. So like depending on if you're interested in looking into that. But yeah.
I think the author's second book too is also very large. I've never read either of them, but
I know the cover. It's like like the person's head's back or something. And it's like something paradise. Or
yeah.
Something.
I can picture it in my head.
I know, me too. Like I know exactly what the cover looks like, but for some reason I can't get the title right.
I don't think it went over as well as A Little Life did, but
yeah,
I've never read either of them because I avoid those books.
It's called To Paradise.
To Paradise.
Yeah, I think for me the issue with it is just, well, I never was going to read it, but then a friend of mine, we were in a group of friends, one of them read it. She's like, oh my gosh, like this book broke me. It was amazing. So she gave it to our other friend. He read it and he was like, he gave it to me and he said, I want you to read it so you can hate it as much as I did. And I was like, okay, we'll see which side I'm on. And then I discovered I was on his side and not hers, which is just very funny. So, but like, at least it kind of like got the three of us to like, we all shared the book. So like that book got a lot of use out of it. The second book is about fictional COVID virus. Really? What? I had no idea that when did that book come out? I guess it came out in 2022. So it is possible. Like, that makes sense. Like timeline wise, I didn't realize that.
And I think that book also has, and maybe this is part of it, I think that book has multiple parts and it covers separate stories within I think that maybe there's 2 parts or 2 or 3 parts. Yeah, I don't know. I know they're huge, and those books are intimidating to me. I don't think I could handle 700 pages of bawling.
Yeah. And it also, like, I think there are like different types of authors, and I think she's the type of author who is one who like pitches an idea first, and then the agent's like, oh yeah, that sounds good, and then she like has to write the book. I could look into this. I haven't, so this is just going to stay my assumption until someone tells me otherwise, because like, I don't know, just the way that A Little Life at least was written, I was like, this feels as though she was on a deadline. Because the way she wrote certain things, I was like, she clearly didn't go back and edit like some of the discrepancies, because it's like across like a 50-year period. Like things that were referenced when the characters were 30. I was like they were 30 and they were kind of joking about their 20s, and I was like, I was there for their entire 20s. I didn't see that. I was like, that's you're just throwing that in there when I was there. That kind of thing. And I think like another issue I had with it was like one character was like described as being like super like heteronormative, like all these women, he was dating them, like he was like a serial dater, and then suddenly like he, like, for the convenience of the narrative, was bisexual, and they're like, oh yeah, we always wondered, like, remember when he was with men? And I was like, no, I don't. Like, I was like, why didn't you, like, that's fine if he, like, I promote this idea, like, because we don't really see bisexual men characters enough. So I was like, why wouldn't you have just shown that in his 20s rather than kind of throwing it in? And that, like, so I felt like there were some times where I was like, she should have gone back if she realized that that's the narrative where it was going to go. So beyond the kind of trauma, like, stuff going on in the book that I will not discuss for anyone who I guess is interested or / doesn't want to be spoiled or whatever. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Please.
I just feel like with the comments that you made, I feel like that's almost become some of the publishing industry now too. I don't feel like books are edited as much as they used to be. And I don't know why. I don't know if that's just because they're wanting to churn out as many books as they possibly can. Because I've heard several people say that about a couple of Stephen King's novels, which is insane because he writes several books a year. I mean, he's prolific. And then there was someone else that recently, I think, was it Emily Henry? There was another like really popular author right now that someone, I think maybe it was Murphy Napier, came out. Was it Her Happy Place? Because you watched Her Happy Place.
I don't remember her. Like, the thing is, I don't remember that, but she also had a lot of other issues with it.
Yeah.
I try to remember because I also had those issues with it. But I wouldn't put it past, because Emily Henry's another one of those authors who, like, she was like obviously popular in general, but I remember a lot of people making a big deal about Happy Place being the first book that came out first as hardback. So there might have been, speeding up, being like, oh my gosh, it's like kind of, suddenly she got all this attention, and was kind of pushed to the forefront as like a forerunner for like also summer. I think sometimes books that are set during certain like seasons, they feel like they've got to speed it up or do something like that. Meanwhile, it still takes like years for like a book to come out. So it's like, what are you all like? I get that you have other tasks you got to get done, but it's like, really, you had a year before the book came out, or like 2 years before the book came out? I don't know. It's like really surprising. Another book that actually, you make a good point. I don't know if anyone, I probably mentioned this as well, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself. But Joan Didion, The Year of Magical Thinking, she was like a really like impactful journalist, and so I've read some of her books that like include like a collection of her journal articles, that kind of thing, and they're really thoughtful. But a like Year of Magical Thinking followed this really like tragic year for her. At the beginning of the book, her husband dies, and then her like daughter goes through like medical issues where she has to go under like brain surgery. Like, it's really a heartfelt book. But the issue with it was that I felt as though like, and she published it like a year after the year was done, if that makes sense. So like the turnaround was crazy for this book. So like, think of it as like this happened, I can't remember when, but say like 2015 was the year it happened. 2017, like the beginning of 2017 was when it got published. So it's like it only had like a year turnaround. And when was she writing this, you know? So it was really quickly published. And I actually like more so blame the publisher and her agent and her editors for kind of like failing her, because obviously she was probably writing this as a coping mechanism thing. So she was like writing without filter, like getting it all out, which I totally respect. But because she lives quite a privileged life beyond these two issues, there was just constantly name dropping, constantly discussing these really like privileged things she was experiencing, allowing her to like get through this experience easier than some people. Like she was in New York, her daughter was in California when the medical issue happened. And so she was able to get on a private jet because one of her friends owned one. And within like an hour or two, flew to California, got there within 24 hours, obviously, and everything. And I was like, do you not realize that like that's like really lucky? Like clearly, like this is a horrific thing that happened, but it's like no one else in real life would have been able to get there, or the amount of money they might have had to spend, their jobs and everything. She also at one point like referenced her like the breed of her dog, which is like thousands of dollars. And I was like, what are you like, why do you have to do this? Like, you're like making me think about how rich you are, and I'm trying to feel bad for you. I was so mad. So I was like, can't the editors have like helped her out and made her a little bit like more relatable, or at least told her to like tone it down a bit? But there were also a few more comments that came in. Where are we? Oh, here we are. Editors are overworked and publishers keep closing imprints and firing editors. I mean, totally true. I'm sure that it's an issue of like publishers or like publishing companies choosing not to like expand the number of workers, you know, like putting so much on one editor's plate. And it's like an editor's only human. They shouldn't have to work beyond a 40-hour work week. So I'm definitely blaming like the larger big five publishers, who I'm sure just trying to spend as much money as they like, you know, as little money as they can for the big payout. So that's a really good point. Yeah. Thanks for like bringing us back to like capitalism, the enemy, big corporations. Are you doing more sprints today? Yeah, I'm definitely down for doing another one. Are you good? How long are you here for? Are you like just letting things go as they may?
I'm good until 5 for me, which I think is 6 for you. So
okay. Oh my gosh, yes, you're right. Okay, because I was like, oh my god, I was like, okay, we got to start the sprint. Okay, perfect. So how about we'll do one more. So this will be last. So you know what I'll do? Thanks so much, Christina, for asking. I'm gonna. I wonder how many tickers I'm allowed to do. So there's this one. Oh, I wish they could like be on top of each other. We'll do the last sprint. When we come back, I'm going to do the other banner to remind anyone who is in here to go check out Danny. Okay, very good. Let's see here. Everything's good. I also think that Christina might have done another comment. I was reading a book a couple weeks ago and the grammar was so bad I had to stop. Yeah, even that, like, I just can't believe certain typos. If it's an arc, right? Like you're getting like an E arc or an extra, right, whatever, like it makes sense. Or oppositely, if it is independently published, you know, there's only so much that like or self-published, like they have a much smaller workforce, they're doing what they can. But yeah, like I think there's no excuse, especially if it's like a huge like author publisher. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like like 2 thes in a row? Really? Nobody saw that? I'm like, are you kidding me right now? So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there was a book I read. I won't say what book it was because this will spoil it, but there was a typo at the very, very beginning where they mixed up 2 characters' names. And so when you're reading it, you're like, that doesn't make sense because that character doesn't exist in this place. But you end up figuring out that those 2 characters are the same person later on.
Oh no.
So like it completely, if you took that into consideration, it would completely spoil the rest of the book. But
yeah.
And it was like, that's something which I know that's not grammar or like anything like that, but that's still something I would think someone should have caught along the way.
Especially because there's like an editor, like editorial, like I think isn't there like a difference? Like you can be an editorial assistant, but then you can also be a what is it called? Like there's one that focuses on like formatting and like punctuation, the way things are set up. But there's someone else who's like editing content, like making sure the content makes sense. So like I agree. I feel like it could have been told. That is very much reminiscent of. I haven't watched the show in years, but back in the day, I used to watch The Office. And there was like this one episode where they were like in the round table and they were reading Michael Scott's like manuscript, and they realized that one of the characters, like the dumb one, was Dwight because of one typo error that was tweaked. So they're like, wait a second, this character used to be named Dwight. Oh my gosh. Structural editors, yeah, like structural editors, and then there's like those who are like actually like, you know, as far as the content, the plotting, like figuring that kind of thing out. And yeah, like I get that like typefacing and like making sure everything works out is like a complicated, like things have to match with the way they can. I worked for I was an intern at BOA Editions, which is this independent publisher up in Rochester. They're nonprofit. Maybe go check them out, everybody. They predominantly do like poetry, but also like short fiction collections and like kind of absurdist. Actually, a lot of like queer authors come out of there too, which is lovely. So I remember as the intern, I like when I had free time, I would read the proof copies and I would like mark up what I found as like formatting errors and stuff. So like that was my job, and I was an intern like at this nonprofit, and like they were trusting me to do that. So it's like I guess it depends on who gets the task. But I'm someone who really likes to kind of like nitpick and do that. So I used to do that in the old editions that they published, and I would still give it to the editor, being like, "Hey, I found this old typo in this book that was published last year." And they'd be like, "Okay, well, when we reprint, we'll make sure to change that." So anyway. Let's see. Let me change the screen. I agree. Support independent publishing. Yes. Oh my gosh. Totally agree, Ro. Thank you. Sing it to the heavens. Say it louder for the people in the back. Okie doke. Another great, like, I don't know if it's nonprofit, but another independent publisher is like Milkweed Editions is really great.
Ooh, that's a great name.
Oh, isn't it? It's such a great name. I think it was, or it might have been Grey Wolf, I can't remember, but like Braiding Sweetgrass. That came out from one of those, I think, which is an indigenous botanist who like is just an amazing writer. So yeah, independent publishing. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Without further ado, we're finally going to start this sprint. We'll see everybody in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
I furry backside. Hello, Kizzy. Hello, everybody. How'd you do? How did you do, Danny?
I got another 25 pages read, so I have a little less than 100 pages left in the book, so I should be able to finish it tonight after I get home. But
Oh my gosh, so exciting. For me, I got distracted. I was like, oh, like, I don't know if people saw me puttering on my computer. I was like, I'm going to listen to an audiobook while I continue. And then as I was making the bookshelf, I realized how silent it was and I never turned it on. So I was just like concentrating so hard. And so it is actually completed. Yahoo! Very exciting. Now I just have to fill it with books, which is nice because hopefully I'll then finally have shelf space for my sweaters and things, because I've been ignoring that. I'm just being like, oh, it's fine, I'll hang everything, and then everything's stuffed. But when I got done with that, I read maybe another 15 pages of Waiting for Godot, which means I have like 20 pages left. And it's literally just two men going insane. Like, they are standing or sitting under this tree waiting for Godot, slowly losing their minds. That is like my understanding of it. It is just honestly insanity. Like, I'm finding it really fascinating, but I feel like I would like it and probably find it even funnier if I was physically watching it, the play itself. But it's just like, I was like, these, like, it's very absurdist too. If anyone has any familiarity with like absurdist plays, like, who's a good, like, Sam Shepard, I think he's known as like an absurdist, or Edward Albee. So yeah, like, I am finding it fascinating, but I'm kind of also like, I need to like look up a video that summarizes it and explains the things I'm missing, because I'm like, what does this mean? Also, I'm finding it interesting because it's like mostly just these two men, right? So to perform, that means these actors have to like be on top of things, because it's literally just their back and forth. So they have to know what the other person is doing, and I feel like it probably would be like a really hard role if anyone who's like into acting, So,
do you know if there's a manga classic of it? Sometimes they'll do manga classics of plays like that. So
I don't know, but that would be really interesting. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if there's also like some kind of like some like retelling version or something of it, that like definitely is inspired by it. But I'll have to look into that, because that would be really cool. Because then you'd get like the images that I'm kind of like missing.
I
Because
think
it's
that's one of the
really
reasons they started doing those, was because you could see, because of the fact that they were meant to be experienced visually.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I might have to look into that. That's a good question. So let's see here. Nicole arrived. Hello. Sorry, it's the last sprint. Hey everyone, sorry I missed this, but eep and all, please, Danny, let me know. Have I misunderstood what's going on? I will watch the replay at some stage today. Just so you know, Nicole, it's not you. It's just that I have honestly been the worst reader of comments today, and nobody's let me know until I've discovered how silly I've been. So yeah, apologies, Nicole, if you're still here and you're like, no, of course it's this. But yeah, we've had some really great discussions, and we've actually brought up your channel a couple times. So I would recommend you rewatching it if you're interested. It's a lot of chatty bitch. Oh, I'm in bits. Yes, I'm in bits. Oh my gosh, chatty bits. Oh my goodness. I'm telling
That's
you,
amazing.
making me go insane. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway, hello, Neva. You've arrived at a very weird time, obviously. I'm sure you just sent like an array of emojis that for some reason StreamYard can't process. Would my brain be able to process it at the moment? Probably not. Like, I'm swearing at you all, and I don't. It's totally unintentional. Anyway, Ashley says, heading out now. Thanks for the sprints and lovely chats. Happy reading, everyone. Thanks, Ashley. I'm sure you're already gone, but hope that you had some fun. I know you got through your book pretty well. Tina didn't read, was listening to music and watching TikTok. Very nice. You were reading in other sprints. You were also like, you're trying to just stay awake and like keep going. So if watching TikTok and relaxing with music is the way you need to do it, we support it. Thanks for a great Saturday. Yeah, of course, Ro. Thanks for joining us and like being so interactive. Like that definitely helped us, one, add to our TBRs because you brought up so many good titles that I'm gonna have to go back in the comments and make sure I didn't miss any of them. And you also just like added to the conversation. So thank you so much. Danny, you'll see lots of comments today, probably because I'll be binge watching. Yes, woohoo!
Thank you. You're sweet.
Yes, I recommend the Chonky series because I feel like I get to live vicariously through Danny as she reads like super thick books. So yeah, those are my favorites. I'm not going inside because I got now going inside. Ha ha ha! Victory! I'm now going inside because I got bit by a mosquito and I don't want it to happen again. I'm someone who really likes to be outdoors, but I also feel like mosquitoes just gravitate towards me. I think it's because I eat a lot of sweet stuff, if we're going to be honest. It's definitely self-inflicted, I suppose. I also like, as you can see, I have a very pale complexion. So at nighttime, I'm like, I'm the moon. I am a lamp. I am literally a lamplight to them. And I was like, maybe that's combination. But yeah, they just see this like light thing going by and they're like, oh, and I'm like, I would rather them see me as a ghost than as the freaking moon. But anyway.
Sorry.
He's like, pay attention to me. Oh, the tail. Yes. I love him so much. What's his name?
Andy.
Andy. Oh, is there like a story behind why his name's Andy?
No, we actually, my husband decided that he wanted a Maine Coon cat, and my mom at the time, her vet had a Maine Coon that had been abandoned. Someone had essentially moved away and left him in her house, and so he was like starving, and so the vet's office ended up taking him in, and so he was named way before we even got him. But yeah, he's had an interesting backstory. We got him as an adult, but
oh, he's so happy. He's back in his home beyond the bag incident, which we will not mention in front of Andy. But I don't know why I spelled his name, but I said bag. It's fine. That doesn't really make sense. But I love that he has like a human name. I really like it when animals have human names. Or I think one day I want like a pet where like I want a cat and I want to name them a different animal, like bird or something silly like that. I feel like that would be very funny. So yeah, I finished a whole chapter. Woohoo! Nice chapter. Hello. Oh, I'm just imagining he's like brushed up against me, you know, like marked his territory.
He loves to mess with the camera and my lights. Anytime I'm filming, he like moves my lights.
He's like, oh no, this is another thing I can play with.
Yes.
Don't understand the technology, but it's mine. Our daughter came over for dinner and I adulted some bills. You know what? We have to adult sometimes. That reminds me there's a few adult tasks I have to do this evening. Okay, so maybe I was a little productive. You were very productive. Not only did you get reading done, but you got probably tasks done that you'd rather do earlier than later. So now you can relax because you adulted already today. Check that off the list. Yes, thanks for the sprints. Thanks for joining us, Christina. You also were like super talkative, which we appreciate. Kept the conversation going. Didn't get much reading done, but you know what? Totally worth it. We got a lot of literary chatting done. I always enjoy them, even if I don't do anything. Honestly, yeah, it's just like a nice kind of time to also be able to talk to other people about like various things, especially because it's like, well, we're all just hanging out anyway. Like, why not get a few things off our chest? I come back in my room from being outside and there's a cricket on the floor in my room. Oh my gosh.
You should get a cat because Andy likes to eat crickets. So
yeah, just like playing with them. Oh no. Yeah, that's how at my family home we have like a cat that was a barn cat. We didn't realize he was the cat from across the street. But he like, you know, didn't have any like markings or like didn't have like he wasn't tagged or anything, but he was so friendly, he just kept hanging out with me. And so I just course, started feeding him. And so we named him Brisby, and we kind of took him on as our own. And then I think a year or two later, if I remember, my mom got a dog, and she named him Toby. This is important to the story. So we were hanging, like my mom was outside, or my dad was outside, and like had the dog, and like the cat was just roaming around. Because Brisby's pretty much like a dog. If you're outside, he'll immediately know where you are and hang out with you in the garden and just follow you. So the neighbors across the street were like, "Oh my gosh, Toby!" And we're like, "We didn't. How do you know our dog's name?" Like my dad's like, well, "I don't think I've ever talked to you about that." They're like, "No, the cat." We realized that they had named the cat Toby initially as the barn cat. And they're like, "We just didn't know where he went, but we're glad he found a home. Sounds good." And our dog's name is Toby. And we're like,
oh, funny. Yeah. Small world.
Exactly. We're like, what is happening? Are our neighbors watching us? Like, why do you know who our dog is? It's like, no, our cat. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about the cricket, but at least I feel like I'd rather have a cricket than a mosquito. But I will say maybe the noise will make you go insane potentially. Yeah. So there's that.
A hornet. No hornets in our house.
Oh my gosh. Don't bring up hornets. I'm still dealing with the hornets. Like, so they just keep wanting to build nests. They are the most determined creatures I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, I literally, like, whenever I walk in my living room, because that's where like the porch door is, I'm sitting right now in the living room, and I'm always like, I literally have to stop. I do like this against the like little screen, like shade thing that I have to make sure that there isn't one in there. And then I go, pew, and I like look through and watch them for a second to see what their progress is. Like I literally, it's like, I do that every time I have to go to the restroom. Every time I sit in here, I have to like, every time I get up, I'm like, okay, let's keep an eye on them. And it's like, nothing, I'm not doing anything. Like I don't intend to do anything with the knowledge I'm gaining from watching them. But it just makes me feel better. Like I'm like, I got an eye on you. As much as you're watching me, I'm watching you.
Have you seen their Instagram reels? I don't know if they're true, but they will fill up like a mason jar with gasoline and put the mason jar on their nest. And so like you essentially like have to walk up to the nest, but if you hold the gasoline underneath and like capture their nest in the mason jar, it will kill them. And like the fumes from the gasoline make them like fall into the gasoline.
Like takes away like the oxygen. You know, my dad, who's not in the comments anymore, I'm sure, because, you know, doing other things, but he was telling me this other thing that he used to do, because we've had an issue like at our home periodically with like in the yard. I think they're like ground hornets, like the ones that have nests in the ground, which that is a fear that I like. That's a bigger fear that I have, because it's like you're just walking on grass and suddenly, so periodically, like throughout, you know, our lives, we've had an issue with that. So my dad has discussed how he's like poured gasoline down the hole, which I don't really know how environmentally safe that is. But like,
great.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think about it. I was like, I don't think that's really great. But it's like literally the same element of it, like kind of getting them and then them just having an issue with that. But I've seen this one guy, it must have been on TikTok, where his job is, you know, to exterminate, and he got called in for these ground hornets, and he came and suited up, and what he did, he like got a vacuum and literally vacuumed them up. And I'm like, hey, like you could watch, like, you know, he kind of disturbed the nest, and then he like put the tube up, so when they got it to fly, they just zoomed in to his vacuum. Which I'm like, yeah, justice, yes. But it's just like the number of like weird ways we've decided to kind of like react to them. But yeah, I like just walk around with my dish soap spray, and I just get them. And it's like, I'm like, that's all I can do. I'm too scared to do anything else. Yeah. But my maintenance guy came the other day and like attacked the nest again. He's literally this crazy, like, good. I'm really appreciative of him, but he, like, I warned him about the nest. I was like, I'm trying to deal with it. I don't really know what to do. Can you handle it for me? And he was kind of like vague about if he was actually going to do it. And I was like, okay, am I going to have to try to handle this nest by myself? And after multiple failed attempts of me trying to take care of this nest alone, and I was like working, you know, at my desk, and I heard like suddenly a boom, and I was like, what? And so I like went running, and I like looked through the little thing, and he's just standing there, literally t-shirt, jeans, with a broom, just freaking, and he's completely calm face, just like going at him. And I'm like, this guy's insane. I'm like, isn't it? I'm like, I'm a foot away. He doesn't know I'm here. And I'm watching him like going crazy. And he's like taking off his hat. He's bald. And he's like, doing this. And I'm like, you need to protect your head. Like, I'm like, what are you doing? And he's just like, he's like, knock, knock. Like, let me in. I'm like, I can't let you into my apartment right now. I was like, so I like quickly let him in. And he's like, and it's what's really funny is, so he's Eastern European, and so he has this act. He's like, I promise I'm not crazy. I promise. And I'm like, oh, okay, Chris. I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, we must take care of these wasps. These wasps. I'm like, wasps. I'm like, yeah, you gotta take care of those. I was like, it wouldn't have been the way I was gonna do it. And he's like, well, and I was like, you're nuts. And so I'm pretty sure he's come by a couple times with the same method, just like going at him practically with his bare hands. Like I was like, this man, I don't know what he's seen in his life to not be afraid of hornets, because I've been really sheltered. So yeah, that's at least I have this like really like, fears nothing kind of maintenance guy around. So probably wouldn't bat an eye at anything that might be in my home. So that, yeah, meanwhile, me just watching Night Watch. That's what
watching the progress.
Yeah, exactly. Waiting with like my torch to alert the Empire that we're being attacked. That's my job. I am not going into battle. Good morning, Chrissy. Thanks so much for joining us. I know that you kind of came in really late too. We were going like during Southern Hemisphere nighttime. So I'm sure, hopefully you had a really great night's sleep. And I'm sure that there's someone else is sprinting later on today too. Thanks for sprinting. Have a good night. You too, Tina. I hope that you have fun doing the amazing readathon and like joining the other sprints that are happening. Eat lots of garlic, especially raw, and bugs won't bite so much. You might not have lots of people around either. Yeah. I was like, yeah, you might not have a lot of people, but at least like,
I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you, but I can't see you anymore.
Oh no.
Okay, now I can. Yes.
I wonder if it was me. It might have been because you froze and I was like, I'm going to keep talking through it. But it might have been like, I don't know, it might have been me. It might have been my, I wonder if my Wi-Fi, I have like, what is it? Like 3 bars. So it might have been me.
Okay. I can see everything now. Everything's normal.
I know. It's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, garlic. There used to be a guy that I used to work with. He was like a senior head at like the hotel we worked for, like in maintenance. He'd walk around, he just would eat like a raw onion, like an apple. That was his like favorite snack. And I was like, I mean, I guess.
Was it really, or was he like trolling you?
Yeah, he might have just been like, look how tough I am. Crunch. But he literally did. He would eat like a raw white onion. And I'm like, what are you doing?
That's bizarre. Ooh.
Yeah.
I like onions. I like to cook with them, but I'm not going to eat a raw one.
No. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Like, that's my point. Maybe I have met a lot of eccentric people in my life is what I'm learning. Heads of maintenance. That's the thing. That's the thing that they have in common. Apparently they have seen too much in their line of work. I'm pretty sure I read a cozy mystery where the main character's cat was named Bird or Birdie. That's so cute. Yeah, I really like that. Or like imagine like a cat named Mouse or something. I feel like that'd be so cute. I don't know which one. It may have been multiple, but I feel like I did. Yeah, like I feel like I could totally see like a cozy mystery having one of the pets be that name. LOL, I read 1 chapter the whole day. You know what? That's okay. That's more than if you read 0, right? That's always the thing to think about is you could have just not read it all today. I try not to let my cat eat bugs because it grosses me out. You're like, no, that does not make me comfortable. And then like the cat like licks you and you're like,
I can't. Andy, he hunts spiders. That's his favorite thing. And yeah, I've tried to get him to stop him, or like I'll try and get the spider before he gets it. And he will fight me for the spider. He's like, no.
Yeah, he'd be like, no, it's mine. I saw it first. Like, it's not fair. You're too big. Yeah. I honestly, that's why I kind of like, I want a cat in general for fun, for petting, but I do like sometimes find spiders and I'm like, I don't want to be the one who has to deal with this. Like, if I never have to see one, thanks to a friendly furry friend, I'm totally down for it. Or like gnats, like them batting them out. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you go for it. Like boxing them, kind of. That's what I imagine the cat does. I read 30 pages. Woohoo! Nice job, Camilla. I wonder, what were you reading? I don't know if I ever noticed what you were reading. My cat likes bugs too. I love that. Everyone's like, yep, universally cats like bugs. But she will leave presents for us too. Mice in the bathroom, birds in the living room, and squirrels in my kitchen.
Oh my gosh.
I know. I like how you also like specifically did like one animal per room kind. Like the cat would be like, of course, I would never put a bird in the bathroom. Am I insane? Yeah, that is intense. Your cat very much is like, might still be a little wild. Might not be as domesticated as we think. I've heard that cats do that also because they think that like that they need to give you food because you can't like take care of yourself. They literally don't think that you can do it. They're like, you can't hunt, so I'm I've got big shoulders. I'll take the responsibility for the family and get everybody fed. And she always waits until my hubby leaves for work to drop them off. Oh my gosh, she's really like, this is only for you, Christina. Your husband's gonna take all of it. I only want you to eat this. I'm assuming that this reaction either might have been to Christina's or my mention of the maintenance guy who's just like going at it with the hornet's nest, because either of those. Oh, it was Danny who was frozen. Okay. So it might have just been like a random Wi-Fi thing going on. Clearly, like if it was me, I was just chatting. I'm like, I'm going to keep going.
Well, I could hear you through that whole thing, but like your screen went blank and then mine went blank. And I was like, well, I'm just going to wait and see what happens.
That's so weird. And it just took me a second too. I was like, oh yeah, she's smiling. Danny likes what I'm saying. And I was like, she's still smiling. the rogue smiley face. This is what I'm telling you. Circles back. Back now. Yeah, that's good. I used to eat onions like apples. Christina, see, look, it's a thing. I loved them. My stomach can't do it now, though. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably like kind of acidic, maybe, or something. Like raw onions, or like the idea of like eating too many raw vegetables in general. I know can like upset our stomachs now because we humans have kind of like grown used to cooking. Hooked. Camilla's reading Hooked. That's right. Yeah, that sparked an entire like huge conversation. I should have remembered that. Sorry, Camilla. Well, I'm very glad that you got through another 30 pages of it. I hope that you're like still finding it like interesting and enjoying it. Thanks, and have a beautiful evening. You too, Christina. Thanks so much. Yeah, we really appreciate you always coming for these sprints. I think that we'll call it quits because then that gives you time to also kind of get ready and get prepared for leaving. But also before anyone leaves, wait. Yes. Check out Danny. Go to Danny's channel and go subscribe and go watch all her stuff. That is my PSA. If you take anything away from today, from the 4.5 hours we've been chatting, check out Danny. That should be what you take away from this if you remember anything. Well, thanks so much for joining me. This was really fun. I hope that you had fun. You don't have to tell me. I was gonna say, you don't have to like tell me on screen. Nope, actually I didn't.
It was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Yay. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome literally anytime. If you ever decide to like host sprints on your own channel at some point, I would be happy to be a guest as well, or just support you in the comments either way. Yeah, I hope everybody has a great evening. I'll probably chat with you sooner rather than later, Danny, because I feel like we chat like every other day about books. But yeah, so I will end the broadcast now. Everybody have a good evening. Bye.